Ward by J.C. McCrae, a production by Parahuman Audio, performed by a cast of fans and volunteers. Please visit parahumanaudio.com to learn more. Thank you and enjoy. Arc 3, Glare, Chapter 1. Cities, like people, got their second chances. Few cities had needed one so badly as this. I was left hoping the other cities were doing better with their second opportunities, because nothing I was seeing was very promising here. The 4 teams under the Warden's umbrella, now condensed down to 3, were divided into who wanted to return to the way things had been, and those who wanted to forge a new way forward, learning from the mistakes of the past. The appeal of returning to a semblance of what we'd had was clear. We missed the foods, the places, the familiar businesses and media, the familiar faces. We wanted normal, and even now every meal, every soap we used, every piece of clothing, it was a reminder of how far from normal we were. It was different, and often less, because we had less, and we had less of a footing. I wasn't the only person who felt their stomach sink when we saw the news 2 weeks after the broken trigger had decimated the reconstruction workers' protest, saying that the transportation strike was imminent, and that factory workers were contemplating joining in, an across-the-board attempt to demand stability and structure. It was important. A line had to be drawn, and the endless talks about what our government would look like needed to end. But I still saw the reports, and I knew the food, clothes, and routine I wanted were going to have to wait that much longer. That was one of the prevailing arguments for normal, for going back. This section of the city, this settlement, was the counterpoint. Brockton Bay had been a port, growing as the industry did. A lot of what made it work as a fledgling port city made New Brockton work as one of our first footholds in Earth Gimel. Lumber, quarrying, some surface-level minerals, and geography protected from the harshest sweeps of cold weather from the north. The industry had become a prominent part of the city, and then the greater industry had outgrown it. Things had reached the point where it was easier to take one big ship and go to Boston and transport goods from there than to take 2 smaller ships and go to Brockton Bay, even if Brockton Bay was closer to the goods' destination. The factories and goods went where the ships went, because it wasn't sensible to ship raw materials from Boston to Brockton Bay to do manufacturing when Boston could handle it. New Brockton felt like it sat on that brink between relevance and ruin. As a settlement, it was defined by tall buildings and the edifices of heavy industry. There were ships finding their way past each other on the water and big brick buildings with black plumes of smoke rising from their chimneys. Already back to the ways of an era that predated me, cutting corners to produce more at a cost to tomorrow. It was crowded and bursting at the seams, and it had been for a while now, trying to grow despite the constraints of water and mountain around it. It didn't escape me that the settlement continued to chug along while the gears and belts of the greater megalopolis were grinding to a stop under strikes and shutdowns. I walked, rather than fly, because the directions I'd been given mandated it. I suspected it was intentional. I knew there were eyes on me. I knew who some of those eyes belonged to, and I had strong suspicions about others. The racist graffiti no longer dominated downtown, though I did see some, with half of it partially painted over or altered. Many of the people who had lived and thrived in Brockton Bay had made their way here after all. An attempt had been made to use wall space, to give the tenements and factories color when mirrored windows on skyscrapers didn't steal it from the sky or water. Murals now decorated many of the walls and building fronts. no doubt an attempt to leave less open wall space for the gang tags and symbols. Animals and symbols of humanity, like clasped hands, covered residential areas. Green trees, branches, and lush mountains painted almost ironically on the sides of factories and power plants. There were places that mirrored home, in layout and the buildings that had been placed. The area that had been the towers at the southwest corner of the city was still the towers. Downtown was still where downtown had been. A Lord Street stabbed north to south through the settlement. Despite the attempts, it wasn't home. It came from something different. Such was the counterpoint. In attempting to paint a picture of home, we might distort or create a caricature of that picture. If we rushed it or forced it, we risked making some of the same fundamental mistakes we'd made before, building on cracked foundations. Seeing the murals, the directions I'd received started to make sense. The path was Byzantine. Go the way of the wolf and his cubs are looking. A wolf and 3 cubs that looked like they were made of white smoke were painted on a concrete wall. They stood facing one way, but their heads were looking back. Walk beneath the leaping rabbit. A rabbit decorated an arch at the edge of a children's park. The park felt small and lonely amid larger, taller buildings, partially fenced in, with room for 2 swings, a slide, a sandbox, and 1 basketball half-court that would have to be vacated if a car came through to use the parking garage or if the dump truck came for the dumpster at the back of a building. Follow the snake. If I hadn't known it was a snake, I might not have realized what it was. It was sectioned off, the skeleton of a winding serpent with each vertebrae several feet from the other. 3 white pieces along one wall, a white painted drain cover, then more segments on the wall opposite. The painted lines of a crosswalk took me across the street. I followed more segments of the snake to reach one of the larger apartment complexes. 4 identical L-shaped buildings framing a plaza. The bottom floors of the buildings and the lowest floors along the inside of each L had some basic stores. 2 years ago, this would have been one of the nicer areas in Earth Gimel, if a little basic. No-name grocery store, clothing store, and home goods store. It was dated already, and I could already imagine 2 years from now, when various murals might be faded or defaced, when the metal chairs and tables would be rusted, the stores closed or forgotten. The snake cut through the plaza, which could have seated 200 people, but currently had 6. Any earlier, and there would have been people having a late lunch. Any later, and it would have been time for an early dinner or an after-work bite to eat. A tunnel led through the body of one of the apartment buildings, leading from plaza to parking lot. The mural of a cat, with its back twisting and arching, was painted on the walls and roof. Its paws stuck out and across the footpath, firmly pressed down on the snake's neck. Wait, was the last instruction. I checked my phone. 1 message. K. K. I flicked my thumb, spun up the music player, and then fished my earbuds out of the pocket of my jacket. I put only 1 in, so I could keep 1 ear out for trouble. I waited long enough for 5 songs to start and stop. A pair of people arrived at the plaza, got their food, ate, and left before anything happened. I wondered more than once if I'd been baited to come here as a way of making me waste time. You get 15 minutes. I turned my head in the direction of the parking lot, turning off my music and pulling the earbud free. I moved my hand in a circle to catch most of the length of cord in a loop. Tattletale had reversed her costume colors from black on lavender to a more royal purple on black. The same pattern of lines slashing across her costume remained. Horizontal line across the upper chest, vertical line slashing down from that to form a stylized T. Another horizontal line jutted out from halfway down, followed by another vertical line piercing that line. A smaller T, nestled under the right arm of its big brother. She wasn't the type to get photographed or caught clearly on video, and it was painted in such broad strokes that I suspected many people missed it. It kind of smacked of narcissism, I felt, to wear one's initials. The more black costume, at least, looked more distinguished. Her hair needed a bit of combing, like it had been tousled by the wind and it hadn't been fixed. She was followed by a flurry of small birds that settled on the street by the exit of the alley, and by one bodyguard. The cape was burly, wearing a skin-tight suit that showed off his muscles, and wore a heavy cloth hood with eye-holes cut out, a series of X stitches forming a frowny face. The lines around his eyes were cut deep, very weary. He stood with his hands clasped behind him. On the other side of the tunnel, one of the men that had been eating in the plaza had approached. He now stood with his back ramrod straight, his hands clasped behind him. Very clean cut, hair short and styled, recently shaved, t-shirt, black slacks, and shiny black shoes. I knew Tattletale knew how my force field worked. If the man had a gun, he was potentially a danger to me. "I like the cat," I said, pointing. "Subtle." 15 minutes, Vicky, Tattletale said. "It's going to be a lot less if you want to make small talk. If this becomes you wagging your finger at me and acting all holier than thou, I'm walking. I'm busy these days. The only reason I'm giving you time out of my day is hometown respect." I fished in my pocket. I pulled out the paper. "This isn't because you wanted to talk to me?" "When you're positioned like I am, you can't ever do one thing. That message was intended to do a few things at once." I couldn't help but notice your use of glory hole. Seemed unnecessarily antagonistic. She leaned against the wall by the cat's head and smiled at me. 1, I'm unnecessarily antagonistic. 2, it serves to let you know who the letter is from. It pushes you off balance if you're in a position to be easily put off balance, which I would want to know about. And finally, 3, if the messenger is the type to ignore my instructions, read the letter and try using that phrase against you, then they're liable to get hurt. That makes it clear I'm to be listened to. Cleet isn't the brightest, and he could stand to learn that lesson. And you wanting to talk to me wasn't one of your reasons? That's something else entirely. I offered HollowPoint 3 asks at a significant discount. 3 times they can reach out to me and get info, now that they've paid. I did this to get them into my debt, to see if they were intelligent enough to ask good questions, and to get them used to paying me money for intel. If that tide somehow rises, I want my fortunes to rise with it. You turned up, and they wanted to know, were you the first of a larger group of heroes who were going to make a move? Who were you, and what role did you play? And your response was this? Multiple purposes, Vicky, keep up. If you don't care enough, you decide it's not worth it and leave. Unlikely. You could get a little upset, and in the doing you reveal what you're up to. Or you're invested on some level, and you reach out, and the dialogue is opened. If the dialogue is opened, I'm better equipped to deal with you and to deal with HollowPoint. How the dialogue is opened tells me a lot, too. You could have come charging after me. You didn't. You asked around for how to contact me, used a liaison, and you respected my direction and my rules in my part of the city. My part of the city, I thought. Yeah. Impressions verified. New Brockton had retained many of the problems of its predecessor. Cedar Point isn't yours? I asked. She shrugged. We'll see what it ends up being. For now, you've got people of Cleet's caliber there. I asked around a bit before leaving. I know. The construction work dried up. People are moving elsewhere. Nothing was drawing people in. Then, in the span of a few days, a large number of people buy apartments, homes, and other properties. Never mind the fact that there isn't a lot going on there. Now, a lot of supervillains are making themselves comfortable, figuring out who will work with them and who won't. Some places and people might be open to them doing business, others are already feeling the pressure to leave. Scary people hanging around and intimidating them. People of Cleet's caliber, maybe, but an awful lot of them. "It's not the only place. It's the biggest of them," Tattletale said. "All the itinerant and teamless villains needed to settle somewhere eventually. Hollow Point is just loose enough they won't necessarily kill each other, but self-preservation keeps them together and following some basic rules. Some charisma here and there steers them." "New Brockton doesn't count?" I asked. "Different thing. Hollow Point is the largest place without a major player heading things, so far. New Brockton obviously has its major players securely in place." "Even though that neighborhood isn't yours and isn't even close to yours, you want me gone?" "No," she said. "You want you gone, if you know it's good for you. You don't want to get involved with that. You might make headway, but it won't last. You're outnumbered, and they've got better resources, and if you ever succeed to any measurable degree, they can do things like call in the second of the asks they bought from me. Then they get an answer, and you have a bad day." "All right," I said. I glanced back. The man standing at the edge of the plaza hadn't budged. The brute with the bag over his head hadn't either. "If it's not me they ask, then it's someone else, and you potentially have an even worse day. I know you hate my guts, but the reality is I'm one of the nice ones." There were a lot of responses I could give to that. I bit my tongue. I released my tongue and said, "Hypothetically, if you don't mind hypotheticals. I'm a great fan of the hypothetical. If I asked you where you suggested going, if Cedar Point isn't workable, or if it's untouchable because someone like you is going to step in before any heroes make headway, what places would you suggest, outside of the established jurisdictions for teams?" "I wouldn't suggest anything. It's a Wild West out there, and there's no place for you out there. Not anymore." I folded my arms. I'd expected an answer like this. "The people who win are the people with clout. While you were teaching school kids which direction a gun should point or hauling water out to the refugees still back on Bet, the rest of us were working. I and people like me were getting our hooks in and laying groundwork to build something behind the scenes. Taking over corner worlds, finding footholds in this world, starting up businesses, establishing reputations. The big hero teams have some influence because they've been recruiting and they staked out their territory. Hero and villain, we are the major players, but we operate the same fundamental way. We're scary. The thinkers, the masters, the masterminds, and the people with the biggest guns." "And Cedar Point?" "Cedar Point, if you want to call it that, and its sister locations are late to the game. They have some clout because they have numbers and a bit of organization, and because they can all scrape together enough money to call in a big gun if they really truly need it. They probably won't last. Someone nasty will step in and take over what they're trying to build, and it's probably going to be ugly. The only reason they've lasted this long is that the rest of us have bigger fish to fry. They're still a few rungs up the totem pole above you, mind you." "It's too hard, so it's not worth trying?" "Go home, Vicky," she said, almost sighing the words. "Go back. Figure out your family thing. Keep trying to sign on to one of the big hero teams. You're bound to find a position somewhere eventually. Some cape will die in battle, and a seat will open up for you and you'll do fine. Or retire. After what your sister did to you, nobody would blame you." I closed my eyes. Do what any self-respecting 21-year-old would do after failing to get into university. Get a job waitressing or making hero sandwiches. Talk to your kids about the old glory days. I opened my eyes. "And what happens to Cedar Point in this hypothetical?" "I'm talking reality, Vicky. It's going to be the same thing that was going to happen before the villains turned up, and it's the same thing that's going to happen when and if you try and summarily fail to change things there. The area struggles, it withers, it becomes irrelevant. This isn't your fight, and it's not what you're equipped to do. You hit things. You can take a bullet, unless you're doing something peculiar like keeping your force field down while standing between a man with a gun and Snuff here.
Hey,
Snuff said, raising a hand. I didn't move a muscle, didn't react. Tattletale smiled. I know what you're doing with your force field, Vicky, just like I did back then. I know why you're doing it, too. I know you don't belong in Cedar Point, and I know you're just going to cause headaches for me and the actual heroes if you try anything. It's not your skill set, not your power set. I still had the paper in my hand. I tapped it against my upper arm, my arms still folded. 4 years and you haven't changed a bit since you raided that bank. When we robbed that bank, I was doing multiple things all at once, laying groundwork for moves I wouldn't make for weeks and months. If I hadn't changed from that, I think I'm doing okay, she said. Are you, though? I asked. Your hair is messy and you look tired. I'm going to pretend that you're asking out of concern for my well-being, because if I didn't pretend, I'd walk away, and I might even give some free-of-charge advice to those Hollow Point ruffians, telling them how to beat you if they run into you. Entirely out of concern for your well-being, I said, with as little warmth and concern in my voice as I could muster. Hometown respect, you know. I'm one of the major players now. The other major players call me for a hint when they're stuck on something. I'm wealthy, well-positioned, and safe. I'm now sharing the love and bringing some of that security, stability, and safety to others in my very, very roundabout way. It's part of why I'm having this conversation with you. Sure, I said. I paused. Speaking of you showing up, I'm surprised the rest of your old team didn't turn up too, for old-time camaraderie's sake. She turned. With the way the light came through the tunnel, I could see the eye symbol on her chest in a slightly different shade of purple, hidden where the vertical bar met the horizontal, and the shadows meant I could no longer see her eyes or expression. Maintaining the same tone, she said, No, you're not surprised. You know full well they're well-positioned, too. They're doing their own things. They're still a resource I can and will tap. Gotcha, I said. But I think you were trying to get a jab in, and that's a good sign this conversation has run its course. I'll wish you good luck in your endeavors, whether you join a big team or end up making those sandwiches, so long as you stay out of my way. Out of curiosity, I said. I saw her pause, just as she was about to turn to walk away. I continued. Do you regret your part in what happened with my sister? Do you? She asked, without missing a beat. Absolutely, I said, without any more hesitation than she'd shown. Be sure to call before you set foot in my neighborhood again. You and your friend have a nice flight home. Friend? My first thought was that she meant my autonomous force field, that she was personifying it. Then I realized who she really meant. Just as surprising that she would be aware, but not as alarming. She hadn't answered my question, but I hadn't expected an answer. She and Snuff walked to the parking lot, turning the corner there. Behind me, the gunman was walking back to his table. My impression was that I was better off heading the way I'd come than I was leaving. The moment I didn't have the roof of the tunnel over my head, I took to the air. I was high enough that I could see the entirety of Tattletale's realm, and where the city was bleeding into and through the mountains and forest to connect to other areas and the remainder of the megalopolis. I could see the boats on the water, like ants on an anthill, the black smoke, and the patches that gleamed with a forced luster. It wasn't home. The worst of the fucking racists were gone, I had to hope, but the rest of the bad stuff seemed to be firmly entrenched in there. I drew my phone from my pocket. I put the one earbud in, some music to drown out my thoughts while I steadied myself. Me. Did you record all of that? A dark shape flew within a foot of me. For an instant, I thought it might have been one of the small birds that had arrived with Tattletale. It was a sphere, consisting of several layers like an onion, alternating blue and red. The lens was a white circle, and as it roved, the layers moved to accommodate it looking around. Several fins extended out from the two most external layers, moving independently of one another to correct its position and hold eerily steady in the wind.
"Recorded it all,"
the camera said, Kenzie's voice with some synthesizer mixing things up. "You got the sound, too?"
"Of course,"
she said.
"Can I listen to it?"
"No," I said. "Not yet. Not when Tattletale operates the way she does. I've got a long flight back. Any way you can replay the conversation for me so I can listen to it on the way back and figure out if anything needs redacting?"
"Without listening in?"
"I'd prefer if you listened in with the rest of the group. I'm concerned Tattletale can say something to me that affects one of you. She touched on some personal subjects, and I need to think about how much I'm comfortable sharing."
"Not a problem. Give me a minute."
I started my flight home, the camera flying alongside me. I expected the camera to speak when Kenzie was ready. I was a little surprised when it came through my earbud instead.
"Keep trying to sign on to one of the big hero teams. You're bound to find a position somewhere eventually. Some cape will die in battle, and a seat will open up for you and you'll do fine. Or retire. After what your sister did to you, nobody would blame you."
I was still listening to this. The others, Rain accepted, were gathered around the table. The library had picnic tables and benches strewn around, and some patio chairs for reading outdoors when the weather was good. They had arranged themselves on a mixture of seats, with Ashley standing. Kenzie's laptop was sitting on a patio table, with Rain watching in through a halting, low-res webcam. I'd been periodically pausing the conversation to fill in gaps with basic knowledge and context, but I left things alone for this one.
Do what any self-respecting 21-year-old would do after failing to get into university. Get a job waitressing or making hero sandwiches. Talk to your kids about the old glory days.
"Pause," I said. The recording paused. It took her a little while to get around to it, but it's worth stressing that this is who she is. I thought about redacting these parts, but I think it's important you know. The PRT thought she had the ability to sense weak points, primarily psychological ones. I agree with that assessment. "Your sister's panacea, right?" Chris asked. I tensed a bit. "Chris," Sveta said, "I think Victoria would prefer it if we glossed over that part." "It's for context. Like she just said, it stresses who Tattletale is." "She was a healer," I said. Tattletale's words caught her in a bad way at a bad time. 2 months later, she had a mental breakdown, in part because of what Tattletale said. She put me in the hospital. Let's leave it at that. "Resume recording," Kenzie said.
And what happens to Cedar Point in this hypothetical? I'm talking reality, Vicky. It's going to be the same thing that was going to happen before the villains turned up, and it's the same thing that's going to happen when and if you try and summarily fail to change things there.
"Pause," I said. She likes to act like she knows what's going to happen, but it's worth saying she can be surprised. She was surprised at the bank. She and her team pulled it off regardless, but she was surprised by my arrival and by my sister being there. "Worth keeping in mind," Tristan said, "if we wind up fighting her." "I'm giving you all the info I can so you can make an informed decision," I said. "Resume."
The area struggles, it withers, it becomes irrelevant. This isn't your fight, and it's not what you're equipped to do. You hit things.
Kenzie's voice chimed in with a cheerful, synthesized,
"Redacted."
Pause. "Redacted because it's a weak point," I said. "Power-related." "I think I know," Sveta said. "If this makes you doubt Victoria at all, I hope me vouching for her helps." "It helps," Kenzie said.
Not that I was doubting her.
Resume, I said.
I know you don't belong in Cedar Point, and I know you're just going to cause headaches for me and the actual heroes if you try anything. It's not your skill set, not your power set.
There was a small chime as a message appeared in the corner of the laptop. The recording paused in response to the message appearing. Rain. Is it ours? That's a conversation I want to have shortly, I said. Powers.
I'm looking forward to this,
Chris said. Behind him, pacing a little, Ashley smiled. Right. Resume, I said.
Redacted, redacted,
Kenzie's synthesized voice played. Then Tattletale's voice came up again.
I'm one of the major players now. The other major players call me for a hint when they're stuck on something. I'm wealthy, well-positioned, and safe. I'm now sharing the love and bringing some of that security, stability, and safety to others in my very, very roundabout way. It's part of why I'm having this conversation with you.
Stop, I said. The recording paused, and Kenzie hit a keyboard shortcut to close the window. Everything that followed was small talk. Some threats from her and stuff about my sister I don't want to get into. That's Tattletale. That's how she sees the world. I do believe her when she says there's no good way to break into this scene. There are a lot of people who want to hold their positions and the power they've taken for themselves, and when you've cornered them, they're going to call people like Tattletale for backup.
Or worse,
Ashley said. That was apparently what she'd fixated on during the earlier part of the conversation. Or worse, people who are good at the roles they've taken on, well proven by years of experience, people who can and will casually destroy you. No matter what we do, Sveta said, we're going to run into trouble, so we do nothing or we plan for it. We plan for it, Tristan said. Ashley and I were talking about this. Something that might fit our niche and gives key members of our team what they're looking for. He looked at Kenzie as he said the last bit, and Kenzie visibly perked up. You have a game plan? I asked. The start of one, Tristan said. Maybe. I thought about that for a moment. The others exchanged a few words, and a chime signaled Rain's comment for the convo. He and Tristan had apparently exchanged some messages about the plan. Did you guys bring costume stuff? I asked when there was an opening. Those of you that have it? That got me confirmation from about half of the group. I have spare basic masks for those that need them, I said. I also have the start of my team outline written up on my laptop. What do you guys say we move to an area with some elbow room? You can show me enough of your powers that I know what to put in the document, and we talk about what you've got in mind. It might as well have been a rhetorical question. None of them were about to say no to that. Arc 3, Glare, Chapter 2.
Hey Victoria, you're strong, right?
Kenzie asked. Kind of, I said. I'd be worried about breaking whatever it is I'm handling.
It's pretty durable.
I thought about my force field. I totaled the last car I lifted.
I brought things, and I thought maybe Chris could lift some, or Tristan could, but Tristan doesn't think he's strong enough, and Chris doesn't want to.
She turned around to stick her tongue out at Chris. Limited duration, Chris said. I can take a look. Where is this? I asked Kenzie.
At the street. Black van. I'll show you.
Yeah, that'd help. I'll probably have questions. I turned to the others, pointing at the tree line. If you guys want to head over that way, stop at the rocky outcropping on the hill. We'll meet you there. Kenzie walked with me. She was wearing black overalls and a pink tank top, a red apple clip in her hair, and red sneakers. Her hair was in much the same style as before, but the buns were set higher. I paid more attention to her fashion choice because so much about it seemed deliberate, from color scheme to running theme. During the last meeting, it had been a star on her dress, partially on her shirt and in her hair.
My dad gave me a ride today, because he needs to buy a suit and more work clothes, Kenzie said. Please don't judge me too harshly if he acts really lame.
I won't, I said. You said Tristan and Chris could have helped. Tristan has increased strength?
Just a little. Very, very little.
I guess we'll find out soon.
Sveta could have helped too, we think. She's really strong if she uses her real body, but it would have meant dragging it, and that would have hurt the grass.
How big is this thing?
I'll show you,
she said. She sprinted the last little way to the sleek van that was parked on the street in front of the library, hopping up to the passenger side window, clinging to the bottom edge of the open window so she could stick her head in. The back door of the van popped open, and Kenzie's father stepped out, walking around the van to the sidewalk. He was almost as meticulous in appearance as Kenzie. He was very lean, with pronounced cheekbones and a long face that was made to look longer by the goatee that extended an inch from his chin. He wore a short-sleeved work shirt with a pinstripe pattern on it, and slim jeans that looked like they had cost a pretty penny. Shoes, belt, and watch, all expensive-looking. The beard and his longer hair weren't as tidy as Kenzie was, but I was hardly about to judge, given how it was probably a day off for him and he was sitting in the sun.
Dad, this is Victoria. She's the coach I was talking about. Victoria, this is my dad.
Hi, Mr. I extended a hand. Julian Martin, he said. He shook my hand. Both handshake and his tone were stiff, but it was a different kind of stiffness than I was used to seeing in Dean's family. I was well aware of how easily I'd slotted him into that same mental shelf.
You can call him Julian, Kenzie said.
Nice to meet you. What do you do? Realty.
Dad only got into realty 1.5 years ago, but he's really good at both the buying and selling side of things. I don't really get it at all, but his boss seemed pretty happy with him. You got a promotion, right?
I did.
He's doing it ethically, too, which is so important, with so many shady people out there.
I'm trying, he said. I can respect that, I said. Thanks for bringing Kenzie out this far, and for bringing her stuff. Kenzie rolled her eyes.
We should go take a look so we don't keep the others waiting.
Julian followed us around to the back of the van, standing back while we opened the doors. A black box that was a bit larger than a washing machine was sitting in there, strapped down 10 ways from Sunday to keep it from sliding around when the vehicle moved. More boxes were sitting at either side of the van, with straps to keep them flush against the wall, but they weren't any larger than a backpack or suitcase.
We got the van because some of my stuff is hard to move, Kenzie said.
Okay, I said. The box had a metal frame around the edges, with a crossbar running diagonally along each face. What do I need to know?
Pick it up and move it.
It's Tinker Tech, right?
It is.
Is there a chance of a misfire if it's moved in the wrong way? If something's crushed or broken?
No.
Will I hurt anything if it's turned on its side?
No,
Kenzie said.
It's best if you don't turn it upside down.
Where should I grab it to best carry it?
Jeez, Kenzie said. It's not going to blow up or anything, or if it did, it wouldn't be a big enough explosion to hurt anyone. Not unless very specific conditions were met.
Right, I said. I had an issue with my power, where I wasn't sure I trusted the force field to simply hold the box and not crush or dig into it. It was only about a minute of flying to get to where I wanted to go, but even if everything went according to plan, I was worried that handling the box for more than a couple of seconds would leave handprints or gouges in it. While I investigated, Kenzie climbed in beside me, peering at the box and watching me. Give me some space? I asked. Kenzie grabbed some smaller things on her way out. It took a few minutes, but I unclipped the straps that were securing the box in place and laid them across the ground. I lifted the box and set it down on the straps. I connected them, wrapping them around the box, then slid it around so I could reach the ones at the back. There was a ramp built into the truck, and I could see where the box could slide along the tracks, but it seemed like more of a hassle to use the ramp and unload that way. How dangerous is this team business going to be? Julian asked behind me.
Dad, Kenzie protested, don't embarrass me. If I thought it was going to be a serious danger, I wouldn't be helping, I said, still working on the straps. But I can't guarantee anything. I fastened the straps, then hauled the entire thing out, force field up, gripping the box. It thudded against the street, dense. Is it a problem? I asked Julian. It's not a problem, Kenzie said, firm. I can handle myself. I've trained more than a lot of heroes, because I did a year going to all the practice events and stuff. I'm more interested in what your dad has to say. I don't want to step on toes, and your parents get the last word. It's fine, Julian said. If it wasn't this, she would be doing something else. I prefer this team idea. You should, Kenzie huffed. Do you need to be picked up? Yes, please, Kenzie looked at me. 2 hours? I asked. Is that okay? It's fine, her dad said. He still had that tone, which came across curt, inflexible. I had a hard time imagining him as a salesman. Accountant, maybe. Before you do anything, can you go to this train station? Rain had to take the train and he's running late. Bring him here? Kenzie asked. Her dad frowned. Please, Kenzie said. Where am I going? He asked. Give me your phone. I'll put it in there. While they fussed, I checked and fixed the remainder of the straps. I'll be right back, I said. The straps served to let me hold the box without actually holding it. I flew, holding the length of straps that I'd wound together and attached at the tail end. The box made for unwieldy flying, swinging below me. Could the force field potentially claw through them? Yes. I hoped I'd be able to see it before it managed to succeed. I flew in the direction I'd sent the others, leaving Kenzie behind. My phantom self gripped the length of straps, stretched, squeezed, and twisted it, periodically making the 10-foot length of cords bend in unusual shapes. I hadn't interacted with it much. I hadn't seen the limits of its intelligence or lack thereof. This 1 minute of flying might have even been the longest period I'd properly used my strength in 2 years. I sighted the others, sitting on the rocks and talking. I dropped low and I set the box down on the ground. Even with the care I was taking, it made a noise on landing. Wow, Tristan said. How heavy is that thing? No idea, I said. If I had to guess, maybe 350 pounds? I can see why she has a hard time moving those things around. She described them as being bigger, Chris said. Others, I think. I think they start at that size and get larger. Did her dad leave? Sveta asked. Not yet, I said. They're figuring out logistics. He's going to pick up Rain at the station. Be right back. I flew over to where Kenzie and her dad were. Kenzie's dad was in the driver's seat, and Kenzie was closing the rear doors. A series of bags and boxes were unloaded, all packed together. As I landed, her dad pulled away. Kenzie raised a hand in a wave. I was aware of the lack of a wave in response. From the way she lowered her hand and glanced at me, Kenzie was too. Want to fly over? I asked. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she nodded. There were very few people in the world who didn't like flying. It was, in a way, almost as much of a pain to bring Kenzie 2 cases and 2 boxes without my strength active as it had been to move the 1 cube. I ended up lifting her by the straps at the back of her overalls, my hand also wrapped around the strap of 1 bag, while Kenzie held onto other things. We arrived at the hill with the rocks. There was light overgrowth, a fairly loose distribution of trees for the fact that it was untamed wilderness, and thick grass. A surveying team had passed through at one point, and they had disturbed earth here and there, felled a few trees, and spray-painted the face of one of the larger rocks before leaving. A bit of a shame, but I could understand the need for a quick and easy label. No minerals or stone of any particular value here. Chris, wearing his headphones again, was wearing what looked like the same shorts as he had worn at the meeting and a different t-shirt. He was examining the box, while keeping at least 2 feet away from it at all times. He had a bag with him,
a traveler's backpack that was packed full, but he'd put it down.
"You don't have to keep your distance," Kenzie said. "It's not dangerous."
"It's tinker tech. It's science that gets at least some of its functionality from interdimensional fuckery, built by cooperation between you and the unfathomable, menacing thing that chose you as its host."
"It's a camera, Chris. It records and projects."
"It's a camera built with collaboration between you and an unknowable, violence-driven multiversal horror."
"My multiversal horror is pretty tame, I think. She just likes to build things and gather information."
Kenzie pressed buttons on the side of the box. A triangle between reinforcing bars lit up. A hologram appeared a number of feet away. A pot-bellied rat with a crooked nose. "And you're using it to make cartoons," Chris said.
"Plump Rat King," Sveta said. "Some of the kids at the hospital liked that one." "It's okay," Kenzie said. "Only the first season was really any good."
"What's it good for?" Ashley asked. She was taking things a step further than Chris's wearing of the same shorts. She wore the same dress she had worn at the meeting, the damage at the corner mended imperfectly. One of the straps, I realized, had been damaged and patched, but her hair masked much of it. She had a black mask in her hand, but she hadn't put it on.
"Stuff. Loads of stuff. I'll show you some later," Kenzie said.
She started opening boxes. Tristan, much like Kenzie, was unpacking a bag. His costume was armor. It struck a balance between function and appearance, but it looked like it was a pretty good quality. Each segment was framed with goats' heads and horns, spirals and ridges. Where it wasn't brushed metal, things were painted or tinted red or light red. He saw me looking and smiled.
"Byron is the fish theme, then?"
I asked. "Water as much as fish, yeah," Tristan said.
"You have some kind of super strength, right?"
"A very small amount. Helps when you're wearing armor as heavy as this, or when you're using a power that can make heavy things."
"Seems like a good place to get us started,"
I said. Tristan turned around, seating himself firmly on the sloped ground, his armor partially unpacked and arranged beside him. Some bits were already fastened into place on his arms and legs, over a bodysuit that seemed designed to go between him and his armor. He held up his hand and produced 3 motes of orange-red light. As each one moved through the air, it left a trail behind it, like the after-image of a sparkler waved through the darkness. They traced a circle, and as the moving points of light connected to the end of each trail, a shape came to life. A discus, with a slight peak on one side. I extended a hand and he passed it to me. Dense, heavy, very solid. Matter creation. "You can throw it," he said. I threw it. It wasn't as aerodynamic as a frisbee, but it did catch the air. It wobbled mid-flight and veered off course, crashing into a tree before disappearing into a patch of grass. Tristan was already making something else. 12 or more motes of light traced to the shape. Requires a bit of concentration. I can rush it or force it to come into being early, but you get weirdness like this. It materialized. A hammer or a mace, long-handled. The weirdness was in how the shape finalized its form, drawing pretty creative curves and hooks. Spikes, horns, thorns, and other slightly curved growths stood out. It looked unbalanced. "Are they permanent?" I asked. "They can be. Depends if I keep the sparks alive or not. I can create a lot of sparks, but it requires more time, more concentration."
"What's the difference between keeping it alive or not?" I asked.
"Ah," he said. He pushed himself to his feet, shifting his footing to make sure he wouldn't slide down the hill. He held out the mace and started to form the motes for another. He rushed this one even more than he had the last. The shape was more unwieldy, less balanced. "Byron, you want to help with demonstrations today, or do you want to be left alone?" Tristan blurred, features distorting, his eyes flaring with the same light as the sparks had. The light turned blue, and then he was Byron, wearing a hooded sweatshirt and jeans. One of the two maces exploded into a spray of water. Sveta made a noise of surprise, and Chris, still mostly fixated on examining Kenzie's cube, jumped back from the cube in surprise. Byron turned his head so the back spray hit him in the side of the face, rather than right in the center of it. He dropped the still intact mace he held with his other hand.
"Hi, Byron,"
Kenzie said. "Hi," I added my greeting to Kenzie's. "We haven't formally met." "We haven't. I got the basics," he said. "So I gathered." "This is a terrible idea," he said. "Tristan being involved, this team concept, the potential for disaster, and this thing with Tattletale." "I don't see anyone changing their mind. Mrs. Yamada couldn't convince them. I don't think I can. If they're going to do this or something like this, isn't it better that they do it smart and informed?" "I don't know," he said. "But if you're enabling them, you should know you own a share of what happens."
"I don't think that's fair,"
Sveta said. "It might be fair," I said. "My voice doesn't matter either. I tried. Nobody listens. Maybe I own a bit of what happens for not trying harder to stop Tristan from going forward with this."
"You sound pretty certain something bad is going to happen."
"I was there for all the therapy sessions, even if I didn't participate," he said. He looked at the others. "Don't worry, I'm not going to say anything, but I am going to say, again, this is a train wreck waiting to happen." "We got it," Chris said. "Saying it over and over doesn't change anything."
"Be kind, Chris," Sveta said. "There's a lot playing into Byron's concerns."
Byron shook his head. He glanced at me. "You need anything while we're talking?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, you seem all right, so be safe. Be wary. And for the record, since you're going to ask," he showed me his power. Motes of light, like Tristan's, blue. He drew them in the air, two expanding, abstract shapes, not closed like Tristan's had been. He positioned them so there was one on either side of him, then clenched his fist. The lines that were drawn became water, buckets worth, spraying out in the direction the lines had been drawn. He had drawn them out as expanding spirals, and the resulting water flew out in circular sprays. "You can use me if you need to clean up, Tristan," Byron said. "I'll do the quick swaps if you need them." The water was still spraying when Byron blurred, features distorting and smearing together, the two lighted eyes peering through the shadows between folds and smears, going from blue to orange-red. One of the sprays of water lost all of its oomph, the remaining water striking the ground to flow through grass and between rocks. The other diagram became a solid object, a wheel spikier and cruder than what Tristan had made. It hit the ground and stuck there. The water that Byron's power had produced rained down on us for several seconds. "It's not going to hurt the box?" Chris asked.
"Nope,"
Kenzie said.
"Waterproofed, just in case Byron visited. It was good to see you, Byron, by the way. I hope to prove you wrong."
"Yeah," Sveta said.
"That's a good way of putting it, Kenzie."
Tristan's face was at an angle that saw him looking down at the ground. At first I thought he was trying to keep the water out of his face. Then, as he changed the angle of his head a little, I saw his face. "For the record," Tristan said, "if it's my 2 hours and I ask you a question and then pass the baton, I'd really appreciate it if you didn't take up extra time and use it to try and sabotage me." "I did say hi to him," I said. Tristan shrugged. "He didn't have to say all that. He's quick to say there's a problem, but he doesn't suggest alternatives. He whines about the circumstances, but he won't attend the therapy, and he doesn't want to work on figuring out better courses of action. It pisses me off sometimes, especially when he elbows into my time to make what I'm trying to accomplish harder." His tone was hard. Pissed off seemed like an apt description. I'd seen Tristan, casual and smiling some before he'd changed, and now this felt like a complete, sudden shift. It was easy to forget that he was in there while Byron was out here, feeling things, thinking, his mood changing during that short conversation. I could see the expressions of others, the sympathy on Sveta's face, the tilt of Chris's head. Ashley looked especially focused and attentive, her pacing around the hill having come to a stop. One of her hands was at her hair, pushing it back out of her face, the water helping it to stay there.
"It seems like hard feelings are inevitable," I said.
"Yeah," Tristan said. He looked away. "I can keep my shapes alive. If they're still alive when I change, they become water. If they aren't, they're there to stay. Same for Byron's water. It's effective if he makes water, sloshes it over someone, and then changes to make it solid. We've tagged a good dozen villains that way."
"A dozen is a really good number for a teenage hero."
"Yeah," Tristan said.
"You're pretty lucky, getting a name that fitting for a power like that."
"Constellations forming rock and water?" Tristan asked. He snorted air through his nostrils. "Want to know the hilarious thing?"
"I do,"
I said.
I wasn't sure whatever he was going to say was hilarious, given his tone, but I'd hoped today would be a lighter endeavor, and any humor would help.
We weren't even rock and water originally. Reach bought the name from the last Capricorn. She got wounded in battle and she retired. Win-win. We got settled into the role, got our name, our armor, our brand, and power changed to match.
"That's really interesting," I said. "There's a lot of potential there."
"There is, absolutely. And not all of it's good," Tristan said.
"But some of it is,"
Sveta said. "Some of it is, yeah," Tristan said. He offered her a small smile. I could see the concerted effort he was making to pull out of the funk. A few words from his brother and he was upset enough that it showed in his tone and the direction of what he was talking about. Tricky, that kind of negativity sitting just under the surface.
"Sveta," I said, change of topic. "I'm guessing you've worked on control enough that you feel okay letting loose in limited ways?" "Kind of," she said. "I don't want to go all out in a combat situation. I don't want to do anything that would risk people getting hurt."
"Okay," I said.
"I figured I would mostly stay in the suit. I can do this."
She didn't touch or move anything external, but the joints of her elbow shifted, and the forearm and hand dropped. 10 or so tendrils extended between elbow and forearm, like a muscle with gaps between strands. She moved it, tendrils bending, flinging her hand and the attached segment of arm out 50 feet. She tried to grab a branch, missed it, grabbed another, and seized it, before pulling her body to follow. I saw her turn her head away as she pulled herself through the intervening twigs and leaves. She twisted around, pointed a hand, and used tendrils to push her fist out. She seized the wheel that Byron had left embedded in the earth and pulled herself to it. There was a bit of gracelessness to the landing, her pants leg and the side of her body rubbing against the grass, a few clumps of earth flying, but it served to put her out in our midst again. She wobbled as she stood, and Tristan and I caught her between us. She made a small phew sound. "You're made of grappling hooks, basically," Chris said. Kenzie, sitting on her box, stuck out her toe to jab Chris in the shoulder.
"I can get things for my body. Weld and I were talking about getting a second body for cape things. If I had hooks, I could unfold and I could more reliably grab things. And I'll get better with practice," Sveta said. "And I really want extra shielding for my joints because they're the easiest parts to break, and I don't want to have to send it out to be repaired and be unable to walk or do things in the meantime." "What happens if the suit gets broken?" I asked. "As in, broken enough that it doesn't keep you contained." I have a collapsed hamster ball in here. I can spit it out, unfold it, shove myself in there and bring the lid behind me. It's a bit cramped, it's not the biggest, and it might not always work, but I've also been working hard at keeping myself under control."
I suppressed a wince. Sveta had worked hard for as long as I'd known her, and I knew that the anxiety was tied into the lack of control in a feedback loop, and that her being so much more confident and happy would mean she had much more control, but all it took was one bad incident.
"Workable," I said. "We'd have to be really, really careful." "Absolutely," she said, with dead seriousness. "The way I see it, my body's pretty hardy. To break containment, it would take something that would maim an ordinary person.
Yeah, I said. But if they think you're durable, they might not hold back. We'd address that when it came to it.
All right, I said. So, my line of thinking was that instead of explaining, we'd do a little bit of a team exercise.
I heard a faint groan from Chris.
It should be fun, and it should be relatively low-key, I said. We'd split everyone into teams of 3, and we play a small game of capture the flag here.
See, that's playing dirty, Tristan said. You're playing into my love for competition here.
It's fun, Kenzie said. I really like this. It seemed Kenzie could be counted on to be positive. I said, I'm hoping it's fun. Does anyone else need to explain their powers or cover anything before we get into it? I know what Ashley can do, unless something's changed.
Ashley shook her head.
We'll see you in action when we have our competition then. That leaves Chris and Kenzie, kind of. I've got some things, Kenzie said. She opened a case. 2 of these things I had as just-in-case things when I was a ward. I got them fixed up recently, and I even made an improvement. Eye hook. She pulled out a coil of metal. She stuck it on the corner of her cube, then held her phone in one hand, moving her thumb around. The coil unfurled, prehensile, and its tip unfolded from its teardrop shape. 3 claws, extending from around a circular lens with a pupil. Kenzie moved her head and body in time with the movements of the thing. The thing moved closer to me, until it was 2 feet from my face. The 3 claw blades opening and closing a little. It blinked at me, shutter closing momentarily. It was made to look through vents, to start with. It's delicate enough it can turn screws and drill holes, and I can swap out the lens for others. And I've got this flash gun, too. She held up something that looked like a child's toy, squat, blunt, with a lens on the front. It's for when I had to get closer to the scene when I was with the Baltimore wards. They wanted me to be able to protect myself, and they wanted non-lethal.
What does it do? I asked.
Makes light, she said.
She aimed it off to the side and pulled the trigger. It looked and sounded like a camera flash going off.
And the other stuff? Mask with a few settings, Kenzie said.
She pulled out a high-tech mask, metal around the edges to give a general circular shape to the clear pane for her face, but she didn't put it on. She held up a disc, then clipped it to the front of her overalls, so it was directly over the pocket at her chest.
This is kind of a costume thing I haven't finalized.
Good, I said.
Great.
I transform, Chris said. Changer. I made a motion for him to continue. He sounded aggrieved, like it was my fault he had to explain it at all. I don't know what else you want. I have a few different forms. They're inspired by my moods and mental states.
You give them names based on what mood or state they're from, Kenzie said. Like creeping anxiety and wistful distraction.
Yeah, Chris said. Look, the rest of you know, explain. I'm going to go change. He grabbed his bag and hefted it over one shoulder, then began trudging uphill.
These forms reflect the feelings? I asked.
Very much so, Sveta said. It sounds like he has more than a few forms, I said.
8 or more, as far as I've counted, Kenzie said. He said a few, but I think he loses track. There's wiggle room in each form, too. It depends on a lot of factors. Diet, time since he last used a form, if he pushes for something in the middle.
He's strong, Ashley said. He might be, Tristan said. Kenzie continued to volunteer information.
The forms tend to come with pretty heavy weaknesses. Anxiety is quick but fragile, that sort of thing.
I think I get it, I said.
Can I ask why he's in the group?
The drawbacks, Tristan said.
The fragility isn't a drawback? I asked.
It's one. He doesn't change all the way back.
What? I asked.
Tristan explained. He changes to 1. He gets a little taller, a little stronger, a little more sluggish. He changes to another, gets better eyes, ears.
Thus the headphones,
Kenzie said. And less responsive in hand-eye coordination to go with it. He tries to balance, but lately it's been getting worse.
What happens if he doesn't change? The body stays the same, Sveta said. He doesn't change physically. which is good. But he doesn't change mentally either. He says he can't tap those emotions he's not using. He can't think as clearly. His thoughts go in circles.
Lose-lose, I said.
Something like that, Ashley said.
I could hear Chris's approach now. The sounds of branches breaking underfoot, the rustling of under and overgrowth. He'd grown. He'd shucked off his clothes, and he'd donned what looked like an oversized pair of shorts in a coarse cloth. They had to have taken up most of the bag's space. He was 12 feet tall, with skewed proportions. Large legs, large around the middle, large hands, all with coarse hair. His shoulders seemed somewhat narrow, his neck long, his head only a little larger than normal, with faintly pronounced tusks. His hair, wild before, was just a bit longer than it had been.
He chose one of the more pleasant-looking forms,
Kenzie said, cheerful. She grabbed her stuff. How in the fuck was I supposed to make someone like Chris marketable? How was I supposed to wrangle Ashley or handle Tristan's issue? 20 minutes, Tristan said. Then he changes back. We should hurry. Capture the flag, right. A part of me wished I hadn't brought it up. I could have left things at this, with powers explained and demonstrated in brief, and then I could have taken a few days to think. I needed a few days to think, so feelings wouldn't be hurt, damage wouldn't be done. I didn't have it. I'd lose too much stock with these guys if I changed my mind. Chris and Ashley especially.
Who wants to be team leaders?
I asked. Tristan raised one hand. Ashley raised another.
Ashley, you want to pick first?
I asked.
Kenzie.
Woo! Kenzie cheered. Sveta, Tristan said. You'd be my second pick after Rain. Weld fan club.
Chris,
Ashley said. She pulled on her mask. It was V-shaped, covering the nose, ears, and eyes, leaving just a hint of her eyebrows visible above. You guys set up over there, opposite side of the hill then, I said. Ashley and the two youngest members of the team. You're filling in for Rain? Tristan asked me.
Yeah,
I said.
I'm mostly interested in seeing how you guys operate, so I'll mostly stick to playing defense and keeping an eye on things.
All right. I don't think that'll be a problem, he said. I wasn't so sure. I could see the way he set his jaw before he pulled his horned helmet on. I had an idea of his disposition already. I could see the look of Ashley's eyes behind her mask, too. She wanted to be leader, by the look of things, and that meant she had something to prove. I saw Chris as the giant, properly smiling for the first time since I'd met him, as he looked back over one shoulder, lumbering away. It made me more concerned, rather than less. Sveta took my hand, squeezing it. Off to the side, Tristan was drawing something out of motes of light, 10 feet tall and 20 feet wide. A wall. I'd wanted to test them, to see how they functioned as discrete units, and possibly to highlight difficulties. The more I saw, the less sure I was that these guys were equipped to handle even a friendly contest. There were so many messy parts to this. Above all else, the ones with the power seemed least suited to wield it.
Believe in us,
Sveta said, her voice soft. I wanted to. I really did. I think, I said, and I said it to Tristan, you should take this opportunity to explain your game plan. Arc 3, Glare, Chapter 3. You want a game plan? Tristan said. Do you mean for here or for the big picture? I was thinking big picture, I thought. I have doubts right now, and a plan would help. Without voicing that, I said, Here, but I'm open to hearing about either, if you have something in mind. I want to wait on the big picture stuff so we can include Rain into the discussion. He and I chat regularly, and he's heard some, but Ashley and I were talking while we waited for you, and there's bits to discuss. Comfort levels. Okay, I said. We'll focus on this for now. I'm in charge, then? Tristan asked. If Sveta is okay with it, you can give it a shot. I'm okay with it, Sveta said. He made a small, amused sound, his face obscured by his helmet, his hands busy adjusting the fit of his armor as he paced. There was a time I thought I might end up being in charge of Reach. Things fell through before then. I don't know if my current mindset works for it, but let's give this a try. I had my own bag, which I had brought with me. My computer, masks, and the flags, one red and one blue. I fished out the flags, holding both in one hand, and put on one of the masks. Victoria, you and I are on defense then, he said. Ashley is going to go hard on offense. That's who she is, and I don't see Chris holding back. Sveta, you're going on the attack. You loop around, go the long way if you have to. You might have to dodge Kenzie, but I think you can manage that okay. It's only her hook thing and flash gun.
Sounds like a plan,
Sveta said. All right, I said. I think the benefit here is that we all have some experience, he said.
Kind of,
Sveta said. They're young. Ashley, too, in a weird way. They're led by Ashley, and we know how she thinks. I can put my confidence in you, Sveta, if you're going for their flag.
I hope I deserve it.
I'm confident in myself and my ability to hold up against a two-person rush, assuming that's what they do. And I know you've got a background, Victoria.
Yeah. Confidence goes before the fall, though. I think one of the things I regret most in the past is my overconfidence.
This is just an exercise. If I'm wrong on this, I'll own it. Let me plant our flag and get my stuff to adjust my armor. I'll be right with you. As he said it, another wall materialized behind us. A fort with 10-foot walls was slowly forming. Tristan wasn't even focusing that much on the construction attention-wise. He took the flag before walking off. I had intentionally chosen a less level area. We were on a hill, playing on a bit of a slope, roughly a 10-degree decline with taller grass, weeds, and some pebbly dirt covering the area. Some trees and rocks dotted the space between where their group would set up and where we would. I had a few reasons for choosing the area. Part of it played off something I had experienced with New Wave. The team had always been split between the flyers and the people on the ground. Me, Aunt Sarah, Crystal, and Eric had all been airborne, while my Uncle Neil, Mom, and Dad had all been landbound. It created a dilemma in logistics, and this slightly sloped ground and uneven terrain emphasized that logistics in a way that having to go through and around buildings might in a city. Sveta, functionally, had a mover ability. I wasn't sure about Chris's capabilities, and Damsel and Rain both had some capabilities in that realm, supposedly. I wanted to see how the more mobile members of the group worked in coordination with the others. It was interesting that Tristan had picked both Sveta and me. We were both mobile, and Tristan wasn't. Ashley's team had 3 people on foot. Another reason for this particular location was Rain's power. It helped him keep his balance, and that was supposedly the extent of it. When he arrived, I wanted to see if it factored in here. Finally, there was the fact that it put us out of the way. No bystanders, no property to damage. Kenzie had her head down, her attention on her phone. Ashley and Chris were both smiling. All 3 were talking. I waited a short bit for them to finish.
I'm so unbelievably nervous,
Sveta said. I glanced at her, and confirmed that Tristan had stepped away, rummaging in his bag. He was out of earshot.
I definitely hear you on that,
I said.
I really want this exercise to work somehow, like Tristan said, but for different reasons. The way you were brought in, you might have come in looking for the bad, and it's not all bad. Really, I always wanted a team, and the idea of finding one and fitting myself to that team with all of my problems, it seemed impossible or far away.
Yeah, I said.
You talked about it in the hospital, that you'd talked to Mrs. Yamada and other people about how, putting aside all your issues, you wanted to be a hero. And I wanted a boyfriend, and I wanted to be functional again, and I wanted friends, she said, staring off at the other 3. And I have almost all of it, but I feel like it could slip out of my grasp if things go wrong. If this goes wrong, I don't know what I can do if that happens. I'm worried this is going to be a disaster, and that's making me so anxious."
"What can I do?" I asked. "I don't want you to be unhappy."
"Like I said before, I really want you to believe in us here. I want you to give us a chance, even if this is bad to start."
"Okay," I said.
"And I'm sorry if this is pushing a line or if you have reasons, but don't be so stiff."
She sounded so uncertain as she said it. I drew in a deep breath and smiled at her.
"I'm the one with the prosthetic body. We're friends, right?"
She smiled, uncertain, and I smiled at her.
"So I don't want you tense around me."
"I'm nervous in my own way, and I think that's how it shows," I said. "It's not you."
"Can I give you a bit of a hug here? Emotional support?" "Please."
I put one arm around her shoulders and squeezed. Sveta moved her head in my direction. I moved mine in her direction, knocking heads with her a bit. Off in the distance, even though she was more than 100 feet away, I could hear Kenzie cooing and awing over the hug as she looked at us. "What did I miss?" Tristan asked.
"I'm anxious,"
Sveta said. "Me too," Tristan said. "Your control gets bad when you're nervous, right? You have more reflexive movements?"
"It gets so fucking shitty," Sveta said. "I'm sorry. I'm worried I'll be terrible because I'm all over the place inside here. I don't know if you can hear it, but I keep fumbling because I'll reflexively reach out to grab something off in the distance and hit the wall of the suit instead, and then I have to reach for the right control ring again."
"Do the best you can," Tristan said.
"This isn't about grading you as an individual," I said. "It's about the team," Sveta said. "I don't want to let the team down. Can we start? I'll get more nervous if we wait."
"Sure," I said. The other three weren't wrapped up in their discussion anymore. I called out, "You guys want your flag?"
"Here,"
Sveta said. She held out her hand. I passed her the blue flag. She passed it to the others, hand and forearm gripping the flag, tendrils pushing the hand and forearm. She stopped short, relying on only the momentum, so it only punched Chris lightly in the man-boob. He caught her hand and arm in one large hand, plucking the flag free before releasing her hand. He smiled as he held it up, then he reached low to hand it to Kenzie. The two of them went to plant it, with Chris picking up a fallen tree on the way. It seemed Chris and Kenzie got along better like this. Ashley didn't join them. Instead, she started walking toward us, picking her way through weeds and grass. She still had a partial smile on her face from before. I flew to meet her part way. "Ground rules?" she asked when I was closer. "Place your flag. You grab ours and bring it to yours, or vice versa. Whoever has both flags at their starting point wins. Try to avoid hurting the trees. No personal injuries that aren't going to heal in a day. Bruises and scrapes are inevitable, but let's avoid them if we can." "Understood." She turned to walk away, one hand raised to give me an over-the-shoulder salute as she did. Tristan began altering the battlefield behind her, drawing out 50 little sparks to move along the surface of our side of the hill. The other team was just on the other side of a trio of trees. The nervousness we all felt was apparent as Kenzie's cube lit up, making a deep beep sound. All 3 faces of the cube that I could see had lit up. Numbers were apparent. 10, 9, 8. "It's worth remembering that she can remotely control the cube," Tristan said.
"Just the flashlight gun and the eye hook, right?" Sveta asked, giving Tristan a look.
Tristan moved his hand and finalized his alteration to the slope between our fort and the halfway point of the battlefield. Uneven ground, raised segments and lowered ones. Most of it was flat, the spikes sticking out of the sides or toward the ground at an angle. The material was solid, white with orange-red in the crevices, running through it like ore in rock. The timer continued. 3, 2, 1, go. They came out of the trees. As Tristan had suggested, Ashley's plan was to go on the attack. All 3 of them. Kenzie had changed, overalls gone, replaced with a skin-tight suit that mirrored her outfit in color and where it changed from black to pink to red. Chris had his head turned, and he was using one hand to cram the last few feet of the dead tree into his mouth. Ashley was on foot. White eyes were wide open behind her mask, the pupils not visible from this distance. "This is fine. Same plan," Tristan said, not sounding bothered in the least. 2 versus 3, while Sveta grabbed their flag. Sveta reached for a tree and found her grip, hauling herself away. Tristan began creating barricades and obstructions, aimed at being knee-high to slow them down. Ashley hurdled the first 2. Chris trampled his way through the 3 that had been put in his way. Kenzie turned, aimed, and fired her flash gun in Sveta's direction. She missed, aimed again, and fired. The second shot caught Sveta in its area. "You take Chris and Kenzie. I'll work on Ashley," Tristan said. He sounded confident. "Keep an eye on Kenzie. Make sure she doesn't fall." I flew to intercept. Chris had one hand full with the tree, mouth distended with a fat tongue sticking out, apparently to keep the tree from rubbing against his lower row of teeth. His hand served to protect the other teeth. I was put in mind of the man I'd seen during the broken trigger, who'd had a tree come out the other direction. Chris laughed, deep and booming, tree digested. He lowered his chin, mouth closed, hands and arms up to protect his face and guard Kenzie. I could deal with big and strong. I flew closer, saw Kenzie turn, aiming her gun at me, and changed course, covering my face and head, my force field up. Even turned partially away, my arms up, the momentary flash of light blinded me. A full second passed, and my sight didn't return. I could hear Chris's laugh, Kenzie's amusement. My force field hadn't helped. I felt the force field meet resistance, and I forced it to shut off before Chris's hand could close around me. I pushed out with my aura to try to throw him off balance and buy myself a second, and changed course. I felt his fingers graze my back, dragging against cloth and not finding enough slack to get a grip. Blindness was disorienting. Blindness when flying made it hard to tell which way was up and which way was down. And I knew it would get worse before it got better. I flew away and at the ground, force field up, and landed hard. I felt Tristan's creation shatter under and around me as my power absorbed the hit, fragments bouncing off of me, dust collecting on me.
"Are you okay?"
I heard Kenzie call out.
"I'm fine,"
I replied.
"Don't give away your position if you've blinded them,"
I heard Ashley. I heard a noise, and at first I thought it was Chris dismantling the fort. It sounded like someone was tearing the world's largest sheet of paper, nails on a blackboard, an alien's scream from a science fiction movie that echoed far more than it should, a sharp explosion, and any number of other things, all overlapping and working against one another. I opened my eyes and tried to make out the surroundings despite the spots of light that were exploding against the backs of my eyeballs. Chris was large enough for me to make out his general shape. I could make out Ashley and Tristan's positions, but the only reason I could distinguish the two was because Ashley dressed in black and Tristan had more color to his costume. Right. I had a few tricks up my sleeve I'd been considering. This was an opportunity to try one. I took off, and I activated my force field momentarily as I did it, pushing out at the cracked chunks of stone-like ground, sending pieces rolling and sliding in the wake of my takeoff. I needed their attention. I saw Chris slow momentarily, mid-stride as he walked toward the fort. I didn't fly straight for them, but around, circling closer to the fort. I paused, giving them time to see me, and then flew straight for Chris's face, full speed. I stopped only a few feet short, hitting him with my aura instead of my fist. Full strength, point blank, a hit to the emotional rather than the physical. The reaction was much the same as if I'd punched him. Forward movement stopped, reversed, and off-balance stumble backward. "Holy fuck," I could hear Tristan. I heard Damsel's response, but I had other focuses than making out the words. It might have been, "Pay attention to your opponent," or "Pay attention to who you're fighting." I was busy flying around Chris, one hand extended so it maintained contact with him, let me gently push him, all while helping me to navigate while still partially blind. Before he fully had his balance, I caught him by the shoulders and pulled him back and down toward the ground. He walked backward rather than topple, helped by the fact that his head was small, his shoulders and neck narrow relative to his lower body. It was part of why his center of balance was low to the ground, with his weight gathered around the gut, butt, and legs. Kenzie's pincer claw grabbed for my arm, then pulled my arm away from Chris. I let it, grabbing the prehensile length of it between Kenzie and me. Not a huge factor. One hand still on Chris's shoulder, I activated my force field, using the added strength to pull at Chris. He continued his backward walk until he stumbled into one of Tristan's sections of raised ground. He toppled, and I shifted my position to guide his fall for the first half of the way. The focus on the latter half of the way was letting my force field down and catching Kenzie. Chris fell flat on his back. Kenzie wriggled momentarily, and I deposited her on Chris's chest to make getting to his feet just a little bit harder. The claw slipped free of my arm. My vision was clearing enough for me to see vague expressions without precise detail. Chris was grinning, shaking with a laugh or chuckle.
"Come on, get up,"
Kenzie goaded him.
"Get off me then,"
Chris boomed. Orange motes were starting to surround them.
"Victoria!"
Tristan called out.
"Switch with me!"
The words were barely out of his mouth when Ashley used her power again. It was noisy to the point I worried my ears would be ringing an hour after this exercise. I could see it as a visible blur of shadow aimed behind her and toward the ground. She used the recoil to launch herself off to one side, to help her get around and past Tristan. More orange motes appeared in the direction she was going. She used her power again, changing course to fly straight for Tristan. She planted one foot on his shoulder, stepped down so her back grazed against his, her long hair draping over his head and shoulders, aimed forward with both hands, and used her power a third time, just as she touched the ground, her back to his. A power-augmented body check. The recoil of her power pushed her in the opposite direction she fired, but because she was in contact with Tristan, she pushed him too. She stumbled, but he sprawled to the ground, his armor striking the hard platform he'd created on the slope, metal screeching and clashing against stone. The orange motes that had started to appear around Chris and Kenzie came to life around them, an especially spiky, irregular outcropping with a thin ridge extending out to the growth he'd been making in front of Ashley's original course, which became its own vaguely pineapple-shaped formation. He'd wanted me to deal with Ashley. Okay. She was rolling her shoulders, rubbing at one, while she stalked toward the fort. I could see better, so I could possibly pull this technique off better. I flew at her, and she barely seemed to pay me any mind. My feet touched the ground, helping to stop me as I reversed my direction of flight to cancel out my forward movement. I'd wanted to avoid all physical contact, but I did bump my shoulder into hers as I went from flying at near top speed to a full stop, my face a couple of inches from hers, well inside her personal space. As with Chris, I used my emotion aura. As had been the case with Chris, the effect was immediate and profound. She stumbled back much as if I'd flown into her and given her a strong shove, her eyes wide. I'd barely found my own footing when she found hers. Another blast, jarring for my ears. My vision was already suffering, and it was made worse by the plume of dust and debris around and to one side of her. She used the blast and a push of her legs to throw herself at the wall. The moment she made contact with it, she used her power again, flinging herself out into empty space, hair and dress fluttering. My first instinct was that she was going to have a rough landing, that I might need to catch her. Before I'd even figured out how I might do it, she used her power once more. She was aiming up at an angle, so that meant she was pushed down by the recoil. It wasn't a mere drop kick or a fall, but a spearing plunge. I did much as she'd done, pushing out with my legs in conjunction with a use of my power, my flight, to get out of her way. With the speed and general profile of a pickaxe head driven into the ground, she landed on hard ground, in the same spot I'd been standing. There was a second where she stood there, hair draping down, hands out at her sides with fingers splayed, and then one of her legs wobbled and she dropped to one knee. "Are you—" I started. I thought I saw her move and paused. "Are you okay? That landing looks like it hurt." She raised her face and looked up at me, white eyes behind a black mask, behind white hair. She used her power again. Chords, columns, and shaped explosions of lensing, bending, and darkening within the roughly cone-shaped area. Over the 1 or 2 seconds that she was creating each blast. She didn't even rise from her kneeling position. She threw herself at me, and this time she caught me entirely off guard. Her knees hit my shoulders. At least one of her arms caught me around the head, the fabric of her dress pulling against my face as she tried to fold herself around my head. Holy shit, was my first thought. She was not letting up. Every time she acted, it was with the energy of a sprinter taking off from their starting position, except her power gave her more of a push, and the jarring noises only magnified the surprise of it. My second thought was that she had seized my head. She wanted to take me down to the ground, much as I'd toppled Chris. There were 2 ways I could go: to roll with the movement and use it, or to fight against it. My instinct was to fight against it. I used my flight, going up when she wanted to take me down. I used my aura, which was more effective when people were close, and she was wrapped around my head. I used my force field, only for 1 moment, while reaching up, putting my forearm against her ribs and pried her off me. She used her power in the same instant she was pried off, fast enough that I was left with the feeling she had expected to use it while still holding on to me. Her landing looked like a rough one, sprawling, 1 shin, 1 foot, 1 hand bracing against the ground as she skidded. I saw her slowly clench and unclench her hands, rolling 1 shoulder. She didn't stand. "Oh," I said. My heart was pounding, and I fanned myself a bit with my hand. "You do remember this is a training exercise, right?" "You do realize my team is going to win this," she retorted. Her hands shifted position slightly. Her face gave away nothing, I realized. It didn't help that with the dust, her hair across her face, and the last remaining spots of light in my vision, I couldn't make out her pupils. Her hands and where they were pointing were one of her tells, her shoulders another. She was thin, but especially as she crouched there, her hands slightly behind her and at her sides, shoulders pointing forward, I could see the muscles underneath the skin around her shoulder and shoulder blade. Was there power or manton protection there, keeping her from dislocating her shoulders when she used the recoil to move around like that? Was it just strength and practice? I'd relied on instinct to respond to her, and I didn't love that I'd relied on that instinct. I wanted to be careful and thoughtful about the moves I made, and Ashley's approach allowed absolutely none of that. I was left to digest that I'd reacted to her by fighting, going the opposite direction instead of the judo-like approach of using the enemy's strength against them. Was I okay with that? If I had to rationalize my choice, I'd fought her because I could only use the enemy's momentum against them if I knew which way they were going, and Ashley was hard to predict. Well, just a little bit less difficult now, as I stopped looking for more obvious tells. She had stopped rolling her shoulder. I saw the muscles tense. "Victoria!" The shout interrupted both of us. As she planned her next move, and I readied my response. It was Tristan calling. Ashley and I both looked. "Come and help!" he called out. I flew back and away, out of Ashley's reach, looking. Chris, legs embedded in spiky rock, was using both hands to haul what looked like a long, thin rod out of his throat. He'd swallowed the length of the dead tree like a sword swallower swallowed a blade, and now he was drawing it back out, changed. Narrower, thinner, smoother, and slick with fluids. Chris, it seemed, wasn't just the kind of changer who could adapt his form. He was the kind of changer who gained new sorts of powers while in an alternate form. He hauled the last of the length of tree free of his mouth. 15 feet long, thicker at the end he had just removed than at the end he held, now that he was turning it around to get it in a position he could wield it. Too long to be a proper club, not quite a rod either. Kenzie had her flash gun out. Tristan had thrown up a short wall, just tall and wide enough that he could hide behind it. Kenzie's eye hook extended from her belt, through one of her hands and out to Tristan with a grip on his leg. She was simultaneously trying to circle around to get at an angle where she could shoot and blind Tristan, and she was using the claw at the end of the prehensile arm to try and drag him out of cover, helped by tugs with her hand. Kenzie's effort left Chris entirely unmolested as he brought his weapon down, shattering Tristan's created ground, freeing his legs.
"Leave her," Tristan ordered. "We'll let her get the flag, deal with these two, and catch her on the return trip."
I flew a little further away. Sveta. I looked off in the direction of the enemy's camp. Little blue flags decorated the landscape on their side of the playing field. They were situated on every rock, in every crevice, on every flat expanse of ground, on every tree branch. Sveta was perched on a rock in the midst of it all. I looked at Kenzie's cube. One face of it was glowing, the projector. That would be why they had been smiling then. I started my flight toward Tristan. "You'll regret ignoring me," Ashley said, behind me. Pride, respect, they were key factors here. I could remember the meeting, the narrowing of the eyes. I knew Tristan was in a tough spot, but I paused, turning around in the air. I had to raise my voice to be heard with the distance between Ashley and me as I said, "We're not ignoring you. We're dealing with you 2 against 1. I left her to limp toward the wall while I flew to Tristan's side. I landed beside Kenzie, hard, pushing out with my aura. She twisted around, gun in hand, and I caught the gun, snatching it out of her hand. "Hey," she said. She reached out with her hand and I pulled the gun away. She let go of Tristan and reached out for the gun with the eye hook. I grabbed the eye hook and then wrapped the length of the prehensile arm around her upper body, tying her up with it. "Hey," she said again. She laughed. "Chris, help!" I didn't need to ask, and I liked that I didn't need to ask. Orange motes began to surround Kenzie. "No, no, no, no!" Kenzie said. "Chris, Chris, Chris, Chris!" The head of the long club was poked out between Kenzie and me, separating us. Kenzie started to back away, and the orange motes became solid rock, encapsulating her legs. Tristan lunged forward to catch her before her upper body came down and her head cracked down against his rocky terrain. I flew up a little ways, putting myself between them and Chris. Chris drew the fat end of the club back and then smacked it against his palm. He laughed, deep and low, and pointed at Kenzie. "Stop laughing at me and help, you doofus!" I had Kenzie's gun in hand. I could have shot Chris, but I had my deep reservations about using a tinker's stuff, even a non-lethal gun that temporarily blinded. Ashley used her power. I could hear the sound of it, and I saw the wall break. "By the way," Tristan said, looking in that direction, "we're not catching her on the return trip." He blurred, and with that blurring, the rock blurred too. White with orange-red veins became clear water, reflecting the blue of the sky and the green of the trees above and grass below. The front wall of the fort that Ashley had just penetrated and the platform that Kenzie and Chris were standing on became frothing water. With the slope, that water flowed downhill, carrying Ashley and Kenzie down to the base of the hill amid branches, mud, and sticks. Ashley used her power at the start and toward the end to little effect. Chris brought his rod down, stabbing it deep into the ground, and held onto it for leverage. It had to be sturdier than the dead tree had been, because it didn't bend and it didn't break. Condensed down, maybe, shaped to be hard. He reared back, and he blew. He'd broken down and processed more of the dead tree than what he'd used to condense it into a giant club staff. He exhaled a cloud of wet sawdust. I didn't want to put up my force field if it would catch the sawdust, so I endured it, flew closer, and used my force field for only as long as it took to kick the stick he was holding onto with all of my strength. It broke, and with it breaking, Chris fell down the hill, rolling over wet grass and weeds, until he came to a stop against a cluster of 2 trees that had grown next to one another. He began to pick himself up, working his way up the hill, stabbing down to pierce the ground with his half stick and plant it there like an ice climber might use a baton. The slope was just a little steeper at the base of the hill, and the water had become rock again, smooth, and with the spikes all pointed downward, not good grips. He swallowed hard, giving me a suspicion about what he was going to do. He spat out a ball of wood pulp and phlegm, and I flew to one side, letting it sail past me. I was put in mind of Crawler, the changer power, the spitting, the joyful monster. Crawler had laughed too. Crawler had critically injured me with his acid spit, and that had let Amy get her hands on me the second time. It was a dark, unpleasant thought. Tristan was focused on a point off to the side. I turned to look, and I saw that he was creating orange motes around the projector box. The motes solidified, and the box was encased in a thorny encasement of rock. I turned to look, keeping one eye on Chris, and I saw the flags were still there.
"Nope, that's not going to work. Good luck finding our flag," Kenzie called out.
She loosed an over-the-top, mocking laugh. Tristan turned the encasement to water.
"I said it was waterproof before. That's not going to do anything," Kenzie called out, before doing her level best to laugh harder, even though she had already been laughing at her limit. "It doesn't matter," Tristan said, loud enough for them to hear. Sveta made her way back in 3 moves, from the other team's camp to a rock, rock to tree, tree to our camp. She hauled herself up to the top of one of Tristan's walls as she held up the 2 flags. Ashley and Chris, who were making their way up the hill, stopped climbing. Yes! That was so great! That was fun! We have to do this again!"
From what Kenzie was saying, she didn't seem to mind losing much. She practically bounced with excitement. Tristan created stairs on the slope. Sveta joined Tristan and me as the others climbed the stairs. Tristan put out one gauntlet, and she tapped her prosthetic hand against it. I offered my own fist to her, and she tapped her fist against it, before wrapping her arms around me in a brief hug. A stoic Ashley had Kenzie clinging to her as she reached the top.
"We're so cool, it was like how you were in the videos."
"Ease up, Kenzie," Tristan said. Kenzie let go of Ashley, bouncing on the spot before reaching up to her lens mask and pulling it off. With the mask's removal, her costume flickered in places, like an image that had been badly compressed with heavy artifacting.
"That was everything I wanted it to be and more," Kenzie said. "I can't believe you found the flag."
Sveta started.
Wait,
Kenzie said.
Okay, I have this covered."
"Okay," Sveta said. Kenzie pulled out her smartphone. The projector made a sound, and then images streaked the hill before correcting. Ghostly images of all of us, life-size. The images included the constructions Tristan had made. It looked like where we had all been standing earlier in the match, when I had been facing down Ashley. The images zipped around as Kenzie changed the time, blurring and streaking before correcting into their proper shapes.
"I saved everything so we can look back and watch how things played out or compare notes," Kenzie said, "so we can do stuff like this."
The images blurred and moved, then shifted, so the scenes that were projected no longer lined up on the battlefield. It was Sveta, perched on a branch, flag in hand, another blur, moving the clock back. Sveta removed one of her prosthetic hands. 50 or more tendrils snapped out. "You grabbed every flag," Tristan said.
"I grabbed at every flag," Sveta said. "I had to reposition a few times, so I probably grabbed at some fake ones several times. It didn't help that I couldn't see that well after being shot."
Kenzie cackled. Chris smothered her cackling with a large hand. Kenzie fought back, trying to get out from under Chris's hand, and she did a pretty poor job of it. It was weird and good to see her finally acting like an actual kid. Too much excitement in her system, but that wasn't a bad thing. Once Kenzie had settled down more, we walked through the entire fight, focusing on each person. Sveta was first, easy enough. Tristan was next, and he made mention of the platform and how he'd wanted to make sure nobody had footing when the rock turned to water, so he'd raised the ground some. He had obviously plotted the trap from early on. "Kenzie, do you want to report what you were doing?" Tristan asked, once he was done explaining what he'd done to Sveta.
"Wait," Kenzie said. "Rain's here. I'll point the way."
It took a couple of minutes before Rain and Kenzie's camera drone arrived at the base of the hill. Chris was half the size he had been, and his proportions were returning to normal. As he shrank, he rearranged the voluminous shorts he'd been wearing, ensuring his modesty was protected. His old outfit was contained within a pocket on the inside of the shorts, and he gathered it together, folded up, the clothes piled on his lap, along with what looked like a pencil case. Even though he was returning to the person he'd been physically, his smile lingered.
"Rain!"
Kenzie called out, while Rain was still making his way to us.
"Did you bring Tinker stuff?"
"Yeah," Rain responded.
"Yes,"
Kenzie said.
"This is the best day."
"You could have waited 20 seconds for Rain to show up and asked him in a normal volume," Chris said.
"I wanted to know now."
Chris groaned at her, putting his face closer to hers. Kenzie groaned louder, exaggerated, putting her face closer to his. Chris groaned even louder, guttural, using some of the residual transformation to play up the sound. His forehead pressed against hers, hard enough she had to push back to avoid being pushed over. Rather than try to top it, Kenzie sat back down.
"I like you when you're like this."
"Naked?" Chris asked.
"No,"
Kenzie said.
"Jeez."
"Why does it feel like every time I enter a conversation it's a weird topic?" Rain asked, joining us where we sat on Tristan-created seats and benches.
"I like you when you're happy,"
Kenzie said. She fussed with her hair, looking down.
"I like you a lot like this."
I was put in mind of her comments about Chris before she'd gotten in Aaron's car, after leaving the group meeting. Like she didn't have the worldly experience to know people didn't say stuff like that in such an unguarded, dead obvious way. "I still think you're annoying as shit," Chris said. Sveta kicked him. Kenzie snorted, smiling as she looked up at him.
"I know."
"Nah, I'm joking. You're fine. I think we did pretty good."
"I think we did too. It would have worked except Tristan and Byron are strong and Victoria is oof, and Sveta was the best counter to what we were doing. We should fill Rain in."
"That would be nice," Rain said. "It was you two and—" He turned to look around the group, saw Ashley, and didn't finish the sentence.
"And me,"
Ashley said.
"Here, I can show you the replay," Kenzie said. "But I want to see your Tinker arms too, before we run out of time."
"There's plenty of time," Tristan said.
"Wait, here, you take the remote. And, Rain, you can hand me the arm. I won't break anything, I promise."
Rain rummaged in his backpack. "I wouldn't blame you if you did. It's fragile and shitty. You think it would help your eye hook?"
"It might. But I'm really interested in the interface. You like to have multiple arms, you said?"
"Yeah, for what little it's worth."
"And you control it with your brain once it's plugged in?"
Kenzie asked. When Rain nodded, she asked,
"How does the brain know how to control it?"
"I map the brain patterns for input and output on the panel here. Between the attachment and the actual arm, it acts like an extension of the brain."
"That doesn't make any sense,"
Sveta said. Tristan was fiddling with the remote and seemed to be having trouble with the progression of time, with images jumping all over the place. Sveta, Kenzie, and Rain were all focused on the arm, with Ashley periodically joining in when prodded. Chris was sitting on the bench, cloth around him as he shrunk down to a more ordinary size. He was smiling more than before as he rummaged for his headphones and a chocolate bar. "Your mood seems better," I said to him. The smile dropped away. He looked at me and shrugged.
It's different. I feel more human, mentally and emotionally. The change hadn't seemed to make any difference in how he looked, either. Were the changes subtle? I'm not sure I grasped it all, I told him. Once you change, it's... I trailed off. It's like a hit of a drug, he said. Focus, surprise, sadness, appreciation, disgust, fear, anger, and this one. Joy? I call this particular flavor of it wan indulgence, he said. He bit down on the chocolate bar, then closed his eyes, clearly enjoying it. He talked with his mouth full. Can be enjoyment. I'll feel it more normally for a few days now that I've changed. Oh my God, Kenzie said. Tristan, give that back. You suck at it. Tristan was still fiddling with Kenzie's remote for the projector box. It doesn't make any sense. Why isn't it easier to move forward and back in time? Because the box doesn't perceive time, you dummy. It perceives images. Why not have it perceive things like time, so you can go backward and forward in time without doing whatever arcane thing you're doing right now? Because if it perceived time, Kenzie said, patiently, her focus on the smartphone remote, then it wouldn't perceive images, and that would be a dumb thing for a projection box that works with images, dummy. You can stop calling me a dummy now. I will if you stop being dumb. This stuff is obvious. It's really not, Chris said. Kenzie sighed, very dramatically. Who are we following next? It'd be nice to show Rain the entire thing, Tristan said. It works best with a point of view, Kenzie said. She looked at Tristan and rolled her eyes a little. If you keep that up, you're going to see orange lights swirling over your head. Then a rock is going to fall on you, or, more likely, I'll swap out and you'll get a spray of cold water. Kenzie stuck out her tongue at Tristan. I was aware that Ashley hadn't participated enthusiastically in the conversation. I suspected why. I hesitated, then ventured. I'd really like to see how Ashley approached things. Why? Ashley asked. My suspicions were stronger. I went on. Frankly, I hope this isn't taken the wrong way, but you're really intimidating to go up against. It's fine, she said. It's the intention. A big part of the reason I swapped out with Victoria is that I had no idea what to do, Tristan said. I couldn't catch you with my power, and you're faster than me on foot. Kenzie was changing the perspective. She created a projection of the hillside and shrank things down, then created more projections, showing an image off to one side of our gathering, showing a zoomed-in portion of what the little diorama-sized projection was showing as a whole. The focus started with the three emerging from the trees, trampling through and hurdling the barriers Tristan created. She jumped to Tristan, trying to deal with Ashley. Those blasts are scary as shit, Tristan said. Every time you used one, even if you were 5 feet away and you weren't aiming at me, I was flinching. I saw what it was doing to my power stuff, and I did not want that to happen to my body stuff. He'd realized what I was doing and why, I realized. Ashley was dejected at losing, and we could give her a bit of a morale boost. She seemed to like being scary. I wasn't wholly sure it was good to feed her ego on that front, but I wasn't sure I liked the alternative either. I have better control than that. I'm not an idiot, Ashley said. I'm not saying you are, Tristan said. It's obvious you have control, I said. Kenzie, can you show the wall jump? There are two. The one with me, I said. Kenzie jumped to the scene, Ashley leaping off the wall with 1 foot, her power just starting to explode out from her hands. The power looked more solid in projection than it did in reality. For the record, Kenzie said, if I was moving through this recording in time and not space, then I'd have to fast forward and rewind and skip around to find this. But I don't, so I hope people are realizing why this is better. I am fully in support of dumping water on Kenzie's head, Chris said. The wall jump, I said. The sequences of blasts to maneuver and the whole body coordination it must take. That, to me, says control. All for nothing, she said. It was not for nothing, I said. I got to see and experience what you do. I respect that spatial awareness, the instinct. I fell for a trap, she said.
I knew there would be water, and I thought I could avoid it if I used my power in time. I didn't expect there to be so much."
"We've never even seen each other's powers in action," Tristan said. "Surprises are inevitable. You surprised the shit out of me many times, and I got one good surprise off. When we do it again, we'll know each other's powers better. It's part of why we're doing the exercises in the first place."
"I failed," Ashley said. She stood up and rubbed one shoulder. "I was tested, and I failed." "Right from the start," Sveta said, jumping into the conversation. "When we were standing around figuring out what we'd do, Victoria told me that this wasn't a test of us as individuals. It's a test of our coordination as a team." "I can find that on the recording," Kenzie said. "It'll be hard to find, though."
"Ha," Chris said. Kenzie pushed his shoulder.
"My team failed," Ashley said, oblivious to the pair. "No, my team was set up to fail."
"Wait, whoa," Tristan said.
Ashley clenched one hand into a fist. "You realize if I hadn't been holding back, I could have annihilated each and every one of you?"
"Whoa," Tristan said, with emphasis. "Ashley."
She whirled on him, pointing, and he flinched, going silent. I stood from my seat. "Ashley," I said, because I wanted her attention off of Tristan. "I'm not Ashley," she said, her voice hard. "Nobody has called me that in a long, long time. I'm only Ashley because the therapists insisted and the others needed an actual name to put on the paperwork. I'm Damsel of Distress." "Okay," I said. "Can we—" I was spoken over. "I was a member of the Slaughterhouse 9. They selected me. They had me kill and maim people. I didn't mind doing it then, and I could do it here without blinking." "I don't believe you," Sveta said. "I've died and I came back with only the vicious parts of me intact. All of the warmth, the good memories, the family, they're just a fuzzy, indistinct dream. Those memories have no hold on me. The killing, taking people's arms and legs and watching them bleed out, that's clear as anything. I could do the same to any of you." I wanted the younger and more vulnerable members of the team to back away, to get clear of trouble, but I worried that if I tried to indicate that, it might provoke her. Everyone was still, and nobody, myself included, was really breathing. "This was an idiotic game, and I don't play games."
"Count down from 10, Rain said.
Ashley whirled on him. I left the ground, flying closer, stopping when things didn't escalate further.
"Count down from 10, Rain said. "That's what Mrs. Yamada says, isn't it? When you're wound up?"
"It's fine when she says it."
"It should be fine when any of us say it," Rain said. "Count."
Ashley tensed. I could see it in her shoulders and the way the tendons stood out in her hands. Everyone was silent. I waited. 10 seconds passed, then the 15th, then the 20th.
"Feel better?"
Sveta ventured. Ashley turned, staring Sveta down. "No."
"Count down from 100, Rain said.
"I'm not going to—"
"Count," Rain said, his voice soft. "Please. You've said it before when you get like this. There's a part of you that's saying you don't want to act this way, and you can't listen to it. So listen to the numbers first, then listen to that part of you."
"It's not that easy."
It's
not that easy," she said. "And I'm going to walk away. You do your thing. Let me do mine."
"Okay,"
Rain said. She limped away, hands in fists at her side. We were silent as we watched her go. She walked up the hill, found a rock, and leaned against it, her back to us, and I let my feet touch the ground.
"We knew it was coming sooner or later," Chris said.
"Spooky," Sveta said. "I expected a small outburst to start with. That was—"
"Medium small," Tristan said.
Kenzie stood up, gathering her things.
"Stay, Kenzie," Sveta said.
"It's fine."
"She wants to be left alone."
"This thing?" Kenzie asked. "It's not you guys being the adults and me the kid, listening to what adults say. We're all equal members of this team, and this is what I'm going to do. And if I get hurt, that's fine, but this is right for me."
You can tell me what to do with some of the other stuff, but not this stuff.
It's dangerous, I said. Leave her be.
No,
Kinsey said, voice firm. She put her hands on her flash gun again. She looked at all of us, then said softer,
No.
Okay, Kenzie, Sveta said.
Go. Be careful.
You're sure? Tristan asked Sveta. But Kenzie was already jogging off in Ashley's direction. When Kenzie was out of earshot, but before she had reached Ashley, Sveta raised one hand and said, voice quiet,
If there's a problem, I'll haul her back.
That takes a second or two, I said.
Sparring with Ashley, I gotta say, she moves faster than that.
And your grip isn't 100%, Tristan said. Sveta set her jaw, hand pointed at Kenzie. Kenzie reached Ashley, and with Ashley's movement, we all tensed, preparing to act. Ashley turned back to look out at the distance, and Kenzie climbed up on the rock Ashley was leaning against. A moment later, Kenzie had her headphones out of a pocket. She plugged it into her phone, reached down, and put an earbud in Ashley's ear, then put another in her ear, before lying down on the rock. Slowly, Sveta lowered her hand.
Why?
I asked.
I gave my reasons before, so did Rain, so did Kenzie, Sveta said. We've had this discussion. This isn't news.
It's one thing to know it and see it in therapy. It's another to experience it in the wild, Rain said.
Why?
I asked again.
You can't... I understand reaching out to people, but can you really reach out to people who aren't reaching back? Can you give forgiveness and understanding to someone who isn't looking for it?
I think she is, Sveta said. Tristan said, I don't know what you guys talked about, but I discussed this with the others, and I have an idea what they probably said. Do you know how many appointments and meetings she goes to? It came up, Rain said. Okay, good. But did you talk about why?
Because she needs careful handling?
I asked. Because, Tristan said, she's a special case. She's not the original Ashley. I'm not sure if you picked up on that.
I got the gist of it.
Like she said, her memories aren't hers. She was cloned. They took her and they made up composite memories, but they had no reason to give her those fuzzy memories of other non-confrontational stuff. That wasn't Bonesaw's work. It's the agent. I drew in a breath and I sighed. The world ended, and it ended because of them. We can't have a sit-down talk with Scion because we killed him. We have a shit-ton of questions, and the only kinds of people who can answer them are the people who got really close to the agents, like Bonesaw, who made Ashley. I felt a chill. And the people like this, who are very little of the human, shadows of the human, and a lot of the agent. All of us have problems, and a big part of those problems are the agents, handling their side of things. I know I've talked to Rain about this. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but when I'm talking to her, I'm also talking to the agent that's very close to the surface. I feel like if I can get along with that agent, I can get along with mine.
Yeah,
Rain said.
I want to get along with the human,
Sveta said.
I don't want to define her as the monstrous half.
That's fair too, Tristan said. I folded my arms. I looked down at Chris, and I saw that he was half asleep. He saw me looking and he said, The world was invaded by aliens. People don't know it. We don't like to think about it, but they're here. They're a part of things. Getting along with the most accessible of them makes sense. I didn't like it, but I wasn't sure how to articulate it. My own agent had a hand in my life. It was the wretch, the sapience behind the force field. I had seen what Amy's had done to her. Thinking too hard about it stirred up countless ugly feelings, and those feelings choked out and clouded the words I wanted to articulate. Let's leave them be, Rain said. Let's assume we're not going to have our second exercise and walk me through how things went. All right, Tristan said. As the discussion continued, I didn't take my eyes off the pair in the distance. Arc 3, Glare, Chapter 4. Kenzie sprinted toward the wall and took a flying kick at it. The wall broke, split at a diagonal, the upper half sliding down the split until the corner stabbed the ground. Kenzie backed up swiftly before the section of wall toppled and fell to the ground.
"I'm clearly the strongest member of the team," she said.
"You're the lamest," Chris said.
"Can I try it again?"
Kenzie asked, ignoring Chris.
"Rain?"
"Be careful," Sveta said.
"I will. I want to test stuff. Can I try it again?"
Rain stood from the rock he was sitting on and held one hand out to the side. The silver-white blade he created had a slight crescent shape to it. He swung his arm and threw it, for lack of a better word. It traced an arc, more a boomerang in flight than an arrow or thrown weapon, and cut deep into the wall that Tristan had left as a permanent fixture. A silver-white line was left along the length of the wall. Kenzie raised her flash gun, and she shot the wall. Nothing happened. She approached the wall, and she had her eye hook snake out from where it was attached to her belt, pincers open, slapping against the wall. She pushed with the eye hook. "Hurry," Rain said. Kenzie continued using the eye hook to push, to no avail. She moved the hook around to the wall's edge, grabbed the length of the eye hook and pulled, adding her strength to the mechanical arms. Stone slid easily against stone, and the wall was pulled down, cleanly cut where the silver line had been drawn.
"I could do this all day,"
Kenzie said. "It's not a bad power," I said. "I never said it was bad," Rain said. He sat back down. "It's mediocre. On certain days it's a little better." "Better how? Size, speed, effectiveness, number you can throw?" "All of the above, except maybe effectiveness. And duration, I'd say. 10-20% increase if I had to guess." "Duration?" "How long after I shoot stuff the line lasts." I turned to my laptop and I started typing that up. "Not effectiveness?" Kenzie asked as she rejoined us. She had her phone out and was walking without looking where she was going. Sveta and Tristan were having a conversation off to one side. Ashley had gone back to the library to use the washroom, which had freed Kenzie to rejoin us, and Chris was getting dressed again while under the cover of the giant-size shorts. "It's kind of one thing or the other," Rain said. "Either it breaks or it doesn't."
"I'm looking at the data from my eye hook," Kenzie said. "It didn't work with your power until after I started helping it. 20.2 pounds of force total. That's 9.16 kilograms, and then the break happened. What if it's easier to break things when your power is better?"
"It could be," Rain said. "It's good thinking," I said. Kenzie nodded, eyes still on her phone, and said,
"Can you throw another?"
"More tests?" Rain asked.
"No. Breaking stuff like this is a ton of fun," Kenzie said.
Rain stood, looked around, and then created another blade of silver-white light. He threw it at the half-stick Chris had left impaled in the hillside. The blade passed through the dead tree stick, leaving a white line in it a good few feet above the ground, and continued forward as two separate segments flying in parallel, with a narrow gap in the middle. One hit a tree, and the other hit the ground. Kenzie ran off, handing her phone to her eye hook. "What happens if you hit a person?" I asked. "I tried on livestock, a goat, silver line." "And?" "The goat ran off, jumped up onto a tractor tire, then jumped down. The impact as she jumped down was what did it. Clean cut." "Possibly over 20 pounds of force in that impact?" "I guess," Rain said. Kenzie had reached the rod and found the silver line was higher than she could reach. She began rolling a nearby rock closer to give herself a leg up. Chris, barefoot, wearing his t-shirt and shorts, broke into a sprint. As Kenzie climbed up onto the rock, Chris threw himself at the rod, hard, body-checking it. It broke in two at the silver line, the top half toppling. Kenzie made the kind of high-pitched noise only a prepubescent girl could, and drew her flash gun. She began shooting Chris repeatedly while he rolled in the grass, laughing, arms around his face. "What happens when you hit the ground?" I asked. "Not much, most of the time. I guess you get a fissure, but it doesn't really do much because the line is so clean." "Kenzie!" I called out. She stopped shooting Chris and turned to look. "Stomp on the line on the ground? I'm curious." She ran off, leaving Chris where he was. "Can you explain the schedule, then? The powers wax and wane?" Rain sighed. "Sorry if I'm grilling you a little too much. I'm trying to get my head around this. I see them in my dreams. I never get a good night's sleep, never dream normally, just them. And they see me. We take turns, and when my turn comes up, I get a bit of a power-up." "That's how you knew Snag's description before you knew his name?" Rain nodded. Off in the distance, Kenzie stomped on the silver line of grass. There was a bit of dust, and some grass stalks fell, but I didn't see anything else. She looked at us and shrugged. "Every 5 days I get my turn, and I'm a little bit stronger. There are other times I'm stronger, but it's complicated." "Every 5? There's 4 others?" "3 others," Rain said. "What's—" "The day in rotation after me. It's a blank space. My running theory is that there was a 5th member of the cluster, but they died before the powers set in. Free power-up, goes to someone random. Doesn't always line up with our power, so on those days I can sometimes have more tinker power or more mover power, more emotion power. A taste of what I could be. Once every 20 days on average." "Never lining up with my days," he said. He sighed. "Through the dreams I've seen them unmasked, and they've seen me. They hate me, and I'm not overly fond of them. They're always there, every night, and it's pretty obvious how much they despise me. It's where Tristan and I have that shared experience, kind of." "People you can't get away from," I said. "You're talking about your cluster?" Tristan asked, joining the conversation. Sveta was behind him. "Yeah." Tristan sat down on the rock beside Rain. I scooted over so Sveta could sit beside me. "These people want you dead? How likely is it that they go forward with this hit?" 99.8% likely, Rain said. "What's the point to?" Sveta asked. "They all die or get arrested before they get around to it," Rain said. "You seem pretty cavalier about traveling into the city," I said. "You caught a train today?" "Yeah," Rain said. "Again, it's the dreams. I can pick up a little, and I can throw them off a little. The thing about being outnumbered in this situation is that I have a lot of opportunities to pick up details. One clue from any of them can help a lot. Details like, the woman is injured, and Snag wants to repair the arm you trashed. That buys me a few days. So, thank you." "The third one won't come after you alone?" "He's a guy, a little older than me. Glasses. He's the person with the tinker power. I haven't picked up much about him, but he doesn't interact with people much. Less than Snag or the woman, and Snag is an asshole and the woman is mute, so that should tell you something." "There's an advantage in that," Tristan said. "If they aren't socially adroit and you are—" "I'm not," Rain said. "You're better off than they are, and that counts for something," Tristan said. "They have money and resources, and that more than makes up for it," Rain said. He looked at me. "We're suspicious they hired Tattletale to track me down." "Ah," I said. I thought about that. "I honestly can't think of someone worse to have on your tail." "She's good enough to take over a city and get away with it," Rain said. "That's not even it," I said. "She destroys people." "Are we talking about group members behind their backs?" Kenzie asked as she joined us. "No," Tristan said. "We're talking Tattletale." Over near the staff that had been made with the dead tree, Chris was lying in the grass, arms and legs spread, staring up at the sky. He's okay? I asked.
He's fine,
Kenzie said. As if responding, Chris chuckled to himself, lying in the grass near the base of the hill. The Undersiders took over Brockton Bay, and they did it with Tattletale on point for most of it. I'm not 100% sure on any of this, but you can look at the events in the city starting with her taking power. Bank robbery, Undersiders succeed, they run into the wards, me and my sister. Tattletale insinuates knowledge of my sister's deepest secrets and mine. My sister goes off the deep end. ABB are provoked following an arrest of their leader and an interaction with the Undersiders, with Tattletale. They're toppled with a concerted effort on the part of the villains, with intel passed to the heroes by the villains. By Tattletale, Tristan said. In large part. Empire 88 get outed, secret identities revealed. Undersiders are the focus of the blame, and a number of people die in the ensuing rampage. Weeks and months of violence and chaos in Brockton Bay feed into the Endbringer attack on the city. Half of my family died because of that. I'm so sorry, Sveta said. I reached out for her hand and gave it a waggle. It should be noted that in the hospital after the attack, Tattletale talked to the leaders of various hero teams about Leviathan's strengths and weaknesses, info that was then used to beat down Behemoth enough to let Scion finish him off. That could be a coincidence, Rain said. He didn't say it in a dismissive way. He said it like he was a little scared, and he wanted something to cling to. I wanted to drive the reality home, though. Better to scare him and have him alive than the alternative. Possibly, but I'm more inclined to see her as a force multiplier, or a kind of thinker version of what you do with your power, creating weak points for others to capitalize on. We see a lot of these coincidences. After the Endbringer, the Slaughterhouse 9 visit and do a hell of a lot of damage. But they also lose several key members. The weaknesses of several key members are revealed, and the members are removed.
You might want to go easy on talking about those guys when Ashley gets back, Kenzie said.
Okay, I said. It's just one data point in a series. The last remaining mastermind of the city falls, Coil. The PRT directors die, twice in quick succession. Weaknesses are targeted and capitalized on. Alexandria dies in Brockton Bay at the hands of a girl who had apparently wanted to be a hero, but who was converted to the villain's side. Flechette, a hero, a minor friend of mine, apparently converted. Accord edges into the Undersider's turf. He dies when the Behemoth fight happens. What do you think happens with his resources and power? Because I'm betting it's the same as what happened with Coils. And now she runs one of the major settlement points, Rain said. He still sounded spooked. Yeah, I said. I don't have all of the information, but she got to that point by being one of the masterminds and playing the game well. She was aggressive when the city was vulnerable, and she was passive when it wasn't. The moment Gold Morning came around, I get the impression she mobilized hard. She was ready to expand and capitalize on the situation with more of that aggression. Again, I'm not 100% on all of that, but I can say with reasonable confidence that she's one of the most dangerous, capable people on Gimel. What am I supposed to do then? I don't know, I said. Sveta elbowed me. You have to give him more than that. You can't scare him and not give him something. Please, Rain said. I thought for a few seconds. She bleeds, I said. She gets tired, and she looked really fucking tired when I saw her. She has a lot on her plate, and I don't think you're a primary focus, which is good. You don't want to be her primary focus, because people who are tend to end up in pieces, one way or another. All right, Rain said, sounding anything but. I started. I bit my tongue. What? Tristan asked. I don't want to jump to conclusions. I don't want to give you the wrong impressions either. Any impressions help, Tristan said. I don't know, I said. But what she said when I talked to her, the way she wanted to make herself out to be one of the good guys, bringing good things to others? Oh, Kenzie said. She fiddled with her phone.
It doesn't necessarily jibe with her working with people who are out for blood and murder. She seems to want to be a very low-key villain or even a Robin Hood-type desperado while simultaneously leaving a trail of bodies in her wake, or she wants to portray herself as such, I said. I'm now sharing the love and bringing some of that security, stability, and safety to others, in my very, very roundabout way, Kenzie's phone said, in Tattletale's voice. Yeah, that's it, thank you, I said. Kenzie gave me a thumbs up. I felt a bit of the heebie-jeebies at having heard Tattletale's voice without being braced for it. It took me a moment to gather my thoughts before I added, It makes me wonder what she would say if she were told that Snag and the other two were out for your head. She could be full of shit, Sveta said. She could be, I admitted. Trouble of dealing with masterminds is you can't ever know. Makes me think, Tristan said. We really should have that talk about our group's game plan. We can't have that talk without Ashley, Kenzie said. Or Chris, Sveta said. Kenzie turned to look at Chris before giving us a very unenthused, Yeah. Pretty quick turnaround on your opinion of Chris, I said. It's not turned around. It's a love-hate relationship, Kenzie said. Sometimes I really like him and sometimes I really don't. Right now is one of those times I really don't. I was having fun. There will be other times you can fool around with my power, and with others, Rain said. Yeah, Kenzie said. She looked at Rain and smiled. We're going to help you with your thing. A bit of a non-sequitur, but I wasn't going to draw attention to it. Do you want to call Ashley or see what's holding her up? If she's not up to having this conversation, that's okay too. I'll call her, Kenzie said, hopping up from her seat. She wandered off, her eye hook holding her phone to her ear. I'll get Chris, Sveta said. As Sveta vacated the space on the bench to my left, I turned to the laptop on my right. I typed up a few things about Rain's power, then paged up and down some to look at the entries for the individual powers. There was a lot more to write up before I had an actual outline I could pitch to the wardens, if they were even interested in working with the overarching Cape community on that level. I hoped they were. The villains had a lot of advantages, from the fact that they often had the initiative to the fact that their work often made money, and the fact that the chaos and damage they wrought often created more opportunities, henchmen, and money for them. Heroes who did well, conversely, often put themselves out of work. One of the few advantages our side had was that the heroes tended to work together. If we did it right, we walked away with allies. I had people like Gilpatrick, Crystal, and Mrs. Yamada. How's Erin? Tristan asked. She's good. She's applying for jobs today. We're in an awkward spot for it, though. Not many locations. A lot of people around our age want those jobs, and it's a long drive in to get work. I think those places open up at 6. It might mean waking up at 4 to get to work on time. Sveta dragged Chris to the collection of rocks, benches, and seats. Chris climbed up to his seat, sitting on the rock Kenzie had been using. It was pretty clear he was still blind from the way he stared off into space. There are times I don't get to sleep until 4, Chris said, talking to the open air. That's not good, Sveta said. Don't do that. It's a chance to be independent, Tristan said. If she can get the job. She gives off a good impression, so I can imagine it happening. Yeah, Rain said. Who is she? I asked. Can I ask? Just a friend, Rain said. I've always grown up in the middle of nowhere, so when my family was getting settled after Gold Morning, we saw all the incentives they were offering to people willing to get a head start on agriculture, and it seemed natural, you know? Sure, I said. Erin's parents were kind of the opposite. City people through and through. Something in them broke after Gold Morning. They couldn't bring themselves to join the rat race again, I think. They were given the option for the simple life, and they took it. Erin got dragged with. And you connected. She was having a hard time, because, she stands out when a lot of people are hurt and angry and looking to lash out.
She went looking for a hiding place and she stumbled into my workshop. She's been a real help, from before I even had the therapy, helping me get figured out, listening to me, helping me research. I don't really know what she gets out of the deal from me. I can think of a few things she gets from you, Tristan said. I appreciate you saying that. I'm not sure I see it, though, Rain said. I saw Kenzie react to Ashley's appearance before I saw Ashley. She made her way up the less sloped side of the hill, holding a pair of water bottles. Having a friend with powers is pretty neat, I said to Rain. Yeah, for sure, he said. And while I don't know you that well, you seem very thoughtful. And there's the brooding, mysterious part of it, Kenzie said. Girls like that. You and Chris are similar like that. I see, Rain said. He frowned a bit. I'm picturing the expression on your face, Chris said, before laughing. How long is he going to be blind? I asked. Could be 10 minutes, could be an hour or two, Kenzie said, as she skip-walked over to sit down at Ashley's side as Ashley took her seat. An hour or two? You got anywhere to be, Chris? I asked. No family, nobody cares that much, he said. I'm one of the lost boys, living in the institution. I know what that's like, Kenzie said. The institution. It's not fun. Personally, I don't give a shit, and they don't give a shit about me. I could disappear tomorrow and nobody would blink. We'd blink, Kenzie said. You would, Chris said, but you're lame like that. I'm sorry to hear about your situation, I said. It's fine, Chris said with emphasis, still staring off into space. Blindly, he rummaged in one pocket, pulling out a plastic kit. It's freeing. All I care about is that I eat 3 square meals, since nourishment matters for my power, and having a place to sleep. Strip away everything else, and it's all any of us want. Some of us want people to keep close to us, Kenzie said. Not me, Chris said. He opened the kit and drew out a pair of pliers. Your opinions may change as you hit puberty, Tristan said. I'm already started on that. I'm not going to go into any details, and I really don't think my feelings are going to change, Chris replied. He seemed to reconsider, then said, I really hope they don't. I glanced at Ashley. She'd been quiet since sitting down. The last time I'd reached out hadn't ended well. Was I supposed to ignore her now? Leave her alone while she wound herself down? How about we talk about your idea, Tristan? I asked. It's getting later in the afternoon, Sveta said, and Kenzie has dinner with her parents. It would be good to get it out of the way. I can skip it if I have to, Kenzie said. You shouldn't, I said. Tristan shifted position, metal sliding against smooth stone. The plan. We've only got the broad strokes worked out, so if you want to help hammer it out, Victoria, it would really help. Okay. Protecting Rain in the coming weeks is essential. My starting point for thinking about this plan was thinking how we might cover all the bases we want to cover. We need to keep the older members of the group free enough to help Rain with whatever he needs help with. Kenzie wants to do something integral to the group, and while she can help keep an eye out, it's easy for her to take too much of a backseat role. Am I taking a front seat role, then? I'm not exactly. There's a lot about this that's counterintuitive. My first instinct is to think, hey, I want to make money. I want to be out there doing things. But that leaves us open to interference and distraction. So, what if we go covert? Covert? I asked. Nobody knows Ashley is on the side of the good guys for the time being. She's really good at the villainous persona and atmosphere. Thank you, Ashley said. And then there's Chris, who can be monstrous, appear, disappear, then show up again as someone or something else. I glanced at Chris. Chris had 2 sets of pliers in his mouth. He was readjusting his braces. The masterminds and the organizations are masterminding and getting organized. Hollow Point is one example of that, and Tattletale's degree of involvement, that's another example. I didn't get the impression Tattletale was really aware that we were a team, so I think this works.
Take all things mastermind with a grain of salt, I said.
Of course, Tristan said, quickly enough that I wondered if he'd bothered with that grain of salt. Okay, so what if we do actually it's Victoria was saying a few minutes ago, about creating and capitalizing on weak points.
She was telling us more about Tattletale, Kenzie told Ashley.
Yeah, Tristan said. Look, no rush. We do this slow and careful. We put you guys out there. Ashley and Chris can plant cameras. Kenzie handles back end. We gather all the data we can, and we find out what the masterminds are doing and where the organizations are most vulnerable.
Then we hit them, Ashley said.
Maybe, Tristan said. Maybe. We assess the situation. We maybe even spread disinformation, and then we have discussions, involving other Cape teams, maybe. If it seems doable, we hit them. We have a lot going for us if we want to blitz the enemy or ruin a plan in progress. When it's time to make our play, we can do big, we can hit hard, and we can move fast. If it doesn't seem doable, we sell the info to another Cape team.
I like that you're thinking about the money, I said. How do you sustain things if you're going ahead and handling the mission on your own?
I'm thinking we don't, Tristan said. I'm not wanting to set up a headquarters. We wouldn't necessarily have employees or staff. We can figure something out for costume.
It's a long, hard road to gather that kind of intel and then act on it at just the right time. It's a test of patience, I said. That patience gets tested further when your pockets are empty.
I hear you, Tristan said. It helps some that we have a lot of people here who are subsidized or not entirely out on their own. Kenzie gets money from her parents. Chris has his meals and shelter through the institution.
I think we have an advantage there, Sveta said, quiet. Because the thing that defines us, and I don't think it defined the irregulars like this, and it didn't define the wards, like Weld described them, we all need to be out there. We need this. That makes us stick it out.
There were nods around the group, even Chris. The heads that weren't nodding were smiling, like Ashley's, or looking very serious in a way that made me sure they were in agreement, like Rain was. I allowed myself to nod as well.
Okay, I said. I might be able to make some recommendations about funding so you won't be too starved. If you think you can gather intel that others might be interested in, I can talk to other teams on your behalf, or I can point you in the right direction if you want to handle that yourselves. You'd tell them you have the capacity to get intel. You may or may not want first dibs on these villains, but whatever happens, if they'll pay a token amount, you'll give up the info. It serves a double purpose if you set it up as a dead man's switch. Worst comes to worst, the authorities get an email letting them know what you were up to and who you were up against.
They'd pay for that, you think? Rain asked. Even if it's us saying we're taking first dibs, but we'll give them the info anyway?
I think it could be sold to them, I said. Information comes at a premium, and every single team out there is wanting as clear a picture of where things stand as possible. I do my thing, Chris does his thing, Kenzie does her thing, Ashley said. Sveta, Tristan, and I help Rain in the meantime. When we have the intel, we hit them. Take out key players. Interfere with a key part of the business, and we leave them ruined.
We maybe hit them, Tristan said, with emphasis on maybe.
If we spend the time to get that far, you'll be itching to see it the rest of the way through, Ashley said. And then what? I asked, before they could get in an argument. Let's assume it's a success, or you hand off the intel. What follows?
Depends on a lot of factors, Tristan said. We could take another piece of data collected on the way and jump off from there, or we don't just take money and we go to another team and we trade intel for intel. They tell us if they've got more tough nuts or tricky areas to tackle, and we use that as our next starting point. I nodded. What are you thinking? Tristan asked.
I admit this makes a lot of sense. It may be harder than you're picturing. Masterminds cover their asses. Organizations have a lot of tools at their disposal.
If we get 6 pieces of a 20-piece puzzle and we realize we can't take things any further, we can still sell that intel, Tristan said.
Absolutely, I said. I'm trying to think about how that plays out in the long term.
I don't know, Tristan said. There's the stuff I just said, but I was mostly thinking about the next few steps. I'd rather make calls based on the now and adapt later, depending on what comes up.
That's fair, I said. I'm trying to be mindful of consequences these days. You'd be making enemies once people realized what you were doing and the role you played. If you're not careful, Ashley and Chris as background observers are cards that you can only play a few times in a limited fashion.
You can play me 8 times, Chris said, pulling the pliers out of his mouth. After that, they'll probably catch on. If you don't change your head that much, then they'll catch on sooner than that, Tristan said.
On that topic, I'm not sure I like Chris being out in the field like that, Sveta said.
I'm fine, Chris said. I can handle that much.
I'm thinking Chris gets involved as a distraction, a few minutes at a time. A monster shows up, overturns the status quo. The kind of thing we do once every 2 weeks or once a month.
Yeah, I'm good with that, Chris said.
I like it,
Rain said.
I hate that I'm a burden at this stage.
Don't worry about that,
Kenzie said. She reached out to give Rain a pat on the knee with her eye hook.
We're all burdens in our own screwed-up ways.
My expression might have betrayed something, because Tristan looked my way.
Yay or nay? He asked.
It reminds me of the Las Vegas capes, I said, and a bit of Watchdog.
Is that a bad thing? Tristan asked.
Las Vegas had been damned effective, as had Watchdog, but where Las Vegas had been a subtle, careful player with a few questionable, mysterious individuals in their ranks making the most of their backgrounds and skills, much like this team in disposition and direction, they'd also been a team that had turned villain at a critical time. Watchdog had been careful and scrupulous, making measured moves with the best intel and agents they had at their disposal, and Watchdog hadn't survived Gold Morning as an organization. Those were the only 2 data points I had for teams like this: corruption and annihilation. I couldn't say for sure that it was a bad thing, but I couldn't say it was a good thing either.
It's a thing, I said.
Arc 3, Glare, Chapter 5.
The van bobbed with the added weight as I set Kenzie's projector recorder box down. As I moved back, I nearly tripped over Kenzie, who had climbed into the van right behind me.
I've got the straps. I'll tie it down, she said. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting. It really helps.
Sure, I said. I squeezed past her and climbed down from the back of the van. For the future, if I'm using my strength, you probably want to keep more of a distance. I wouldn't want to bump into you with my power-up.
Oh, okay.
With Tristan having laid out his plan, the meeting was done. Tristan's creations had been dismantled, the rocky walls and barriers broken down and placed with other rocks, and I had my laptop with my gathered notes in my bag. Kenzie's dad was standing by the door to the van. The others were gathered on the sidewalk in front of the library.
Are you going to be okay going home alone? Tristan asked Rain.
If you'd have asked me earlier, I'd have said yes. I'm less sure now, Rain said. Sorry, I said. No need to be. I want you to know what you're up against. I didn't do it to scare you exactly. Knowing what I'm up against and being scared go hand in hand, Rain said. Right now, I'm telling myself we don't think Tattletale is free enough to be tracking me down right now, and the others are injured or preoccupied. I'm probably safe to get home like this, right? I'd think so, Sveta said. I'd offer to come with you, but it's a bit of a long trip. Yeah, Rain said. I wouldn't want you to go to that trouble either way.
Have you given any thought to moving? Tristan asked.
Rain shrugged. Every day. Being where I am is tolerable for now, I think.
The commute to the city is a pain, but if I imagine they're hiring a dozen mercenaries and a few others, then it could be a bigger pain for them. Hey, Flay's alive, man. For this job, we're going to need you and your 10 superpowered friends to catch a train and spend 3.5 hours traveling to the middle of nowhere, and then you have to find our target, Chris said. God, Rain said. Don't fire up my imagination with names like that. I do want to focus more on your situation, I said. We've talked about the team and what the group is doing, but your situation is pressing. We can't keep assuming they're preoccupied. I know, Rain said. We should figure something out, cover any surprises in the short term while plotting out something workable in the long term, I said. I agree. You can send them the wrong signals, but they could try tripping you up, too, Tristan said. I know, really, Rain said. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other, like he was about to say something, then said, Yeah. I could come with and fly back, or fly over the train and keep an eye out for trouble, I said. I could see Rain's reaction, the knee-jerk resistance.
Oh, I have cameras, Kenzie said. And you could use them to communicate. They're not too obvious.
I could carry a camera, Rain said, just so long as I could turn it off when I need to.
Why would you need to turn it off? Kenzie asked.
Because I have to go to the bathroom sometimes.
Why would anyone use a camera to watch someone go to the bathroom? Kenzie asked. No, wait, I don't want to know. I've learned my lesson about those sorts of questions. But you can trust me, that's not what I'm about.
I'm glad. I still want an off switch. Kenzie rummaged in the back of the van and pulled out a bag. She handed over something that looked like a smoke detector in brushed black metal, with a lens in the center.
Here, a camera. You can press down on the lens in the middle and it will alert me. I'll set it up so it lets the others know too. But I can pick up sound and visuals and pass it on to the others if you need it. This is the battery pack. You can pull it out and the camera won't work.
Seems simple enough.
Whatever you do,
Kenzie said, reaching out to touch Rain's forearm.
Do not put the battery pack in backward when you reinsert it.
Rain looked down at the camera he held with a little bit of trepidation. Why? I asked.
Because then it won't work,
Kenzie said. You said it in an ominous voice, Chris said.
It'll help Rain to remember not to put it in backward, duh.
It's not going to misfire or blow up? I asked.
Why do you keep asking that? No, it's a camera. There's a very small chance of it blowing up, and if it does, then it's going to be a very small explosion. Unless you're very unlucky, and a lot of things that could make it blow up all happen at once.
I guess I trust your tech more than I trust the people who are after me to leave me alone, Rain said. He held up the camera. I'll hold on to this then. Thanks.
Cool,
Kenzie said.
You're welcome.
You're not going to be looking through it and checking in on me at random, right?
Not if you don't want me to,
Kenzie said. I don't want you to, Rain said. No offense. It's just that the less you know, the less likely it is that one of the people after me decides to come after one of you to try to get info.
Okay, Kenzie said. Not a problem.
It's a bit of a problem, I thought, but not like you're imagining. Kenzie looked back toward her dad.
And I should go. You know how to get in contact if you have questions. Do you want a ride? Does anyone?
No thanks, Rain said. Kenzie double and triple checked with the rest of us, then looked over at her dad, who was waiting with barely any change in expression.
I'm going to head out then. Bye, guys.
Bye, Sveta said. Talk to you again soon, I said. Kenzie climbed into the passenger seat. Her dad glanced over the group, briefly making eye contact with me, before taking a seat behind the wheel. She stuck her hand out the window to give us a bit of a wave as her dad pulled away. Most uncomfortable car ride, Rain said, watching them go. What's that? I asked. Julie and Martin giving me a ride earlier. Kenzie sent me a text letting me know he was on his way to pick me up. I would have said no if she'd asked beforehand. He turned up, let me into the car, then the entire way here didn't say a single word. I didn't say anything either. Am I missing context? I asked. Yeah, Rain said. It's context for Kenzie to share, Sveta said, her voice firm. Yeah, Rain said, again. Fair, I said, even though I wasn't sure it was, not 100%. There was a point where I couldn't do everything I needed to do if people were keeping secrets. I didn't want to press any buttons or tread on anything sensitive, and there were a lot of buttons and a lot of sensitive points.
"We'll get you up to speed soon," Sveta said, "but we have to be fair."
Out of curiosity, Sveta, how much wear and tear did your body take out there? Or is it bad of me to ask? Tristan asked.
"It's not bad at all,"
Sveta said. The conversation turned to armor and costumes. I listened with one ear, but my thoughts were on Sveta's defense of Kenzie's background, and how careful Tristan was in asking about Sveta's body. There was something I'd noticed with the group, and it was something I'd fallen prey to myself. When the group was talking, it was almost always in a guarded way. Even Chris did it to a small degree. Ashley, too. Conversations were meted out with care, not necessarily so each person was protecting themselves, but so that they protected each other. We often slipped back into talking like we were in therapy. There were cases where individuals protected themselves and cases where individuals were also protected by others. Kenzie had a role as the baby of the team, in a way. There were things she didn't disclose and things she was intentionally or unintentionally coy about, despite her overly open personality. That was compounded by how others were ready to step up for her and defend her. That was the security they'd given her. I glanced over my shoulder at Ashley, who was hanging back, finishing the second of the bottles of water she'd brought back with her after going to the library. Ashley was very similar to Kenzie in that department. Unguarded in terms of how open she was about many things, but she had things she didn't talk about, and she benefited heavily from the group's defense of her. It was the contract between them, the language they used and their habits. It carried over from the group. It was going to change over time, I was sure, especially if their therapy with Mrs. Yamada ran its course. I wasn't sure if that meant the dialogue would become natural, if the contract would be betrayed in small ways, or both. I was, as much as they'd asked for my help, the interloper. They protected each other from me, even if it meant Sveta was protecting someone as troubled as Ashley from someone she saw as a friend. I suspected it ran deeper than her wanting to see Ashley's humanity win out over the monster. Getting the information on Powers, and on the most important things like Ashley's situation, was easily doable because it was need to know. Where I ran into a stumbling block was that their view on need to know and mine differed. I worried they had too light a view of things. The ones who didn't were among the more guarded, and they were being guarded too. It all knotted together. Was I supposed to be patient and wait for the information to come out? Would it come out only as each crisis reared its head? Or did I push and risk doing damage? I could push lightly. I waited for Tristan to stop talking about his armor and the tools he used to fix the scuffs. I wasn't the only one waiting for a break in the conversation. I should probably go or I'm going to miss my train. My offer stands, I said. An eye in the sky if you think you'll need it. No, Rain said. I'd rather... He stopped at that. What? Tristan asked. Rain went on. It's my experience that when you're in trouble, people are usually pretty good about offering help and support. People are good like that. I've seen it with family members that had babies and people who lost loved ones. Everyone turns up and offers their support. They bring food. They say they'll be there. And they are, at first. You think we'll get bored of this and not help you later? Tristan asked. Not bored, Rain said. Shit happens. Everyone has their issues. Things come up and then they lose sight of the promises made to new parents, the bereaved, or whoever else. I think that's pretty unfair, Tristan said. It's reality, Rain said. He looked at me. It's nice of you to offer, Victoria, but I'd rather have you come and keep an eye on things when I feel like I'm actually in danger, instead of coming now, realizing what a huge pain in the ass it is to fly that far out of your way, and then feeling reluctant when it counts. I thought about reassuring him, pointing out that I'd traveled from the Bridgeport span to the portal in New Haven to Brockton Bay several times a week to get notes, check on the wreckage of the house, and visit Crystal's family. I didn't. Gotcha, I said. I'd pushed. I wasn't going to push harder now that the boundary had been raised. You're still blind, Chris? Sveta asked. Yep. It's starting to come back, though. 30 minutes to an hour, I think. Do you want someone to stay with you? Sveta asked. No, hell no. Then I'd feel obligated to make conversation and shit, Chris said. It's a sunny day, there's a breeze, the weather is perfect. I'm going to sit outside and wait, and then I'll make my way back to the institution. They won't be bothered if you're late for dinner? I asked. So long as I'm there by lights out, they don't care. They've got 20 staff and over 1,000 kids in the building with dead or missing parents. I eat, or I feed myself. I mostly do the chores I'm assigned. I'm there when I'm supposed to be. There's lots of others who demand more attention than I do. It sounds like the children at your institution are pretty vulnerable, Sveta said. Nobody paying attention to what they're doing with their days. Any of you could be pressed into work or preyed on, or you could end up disappearing and nobody would know. Not me, Chris said. They'd regret it if they tried with me. With triggers being a thing, they might regret it whoever they try it with. I was put in mind of my mom. It doesn't mean the damage isn't done before powers come into the picture. Yeah, well, I don't know, Chris said. I'm going to relax and wait until my vision comes back. If it takes too long or if I run into trouble, I've got another change I was wanting to make today. Keen vigilance. Perception-focused. It'll give me a fresh set of eyes. Okay, I said. The others got themselves sorted out. Rain, Sveta, and Tristan started their walk to the train station. Chris retreated toward the library. Ashley remained by the sidewalk, drinking her water. She'd been dead quiet. You good? I asked her. I was dead for years. I've been operated on, feeling every last movement of the scalpel several times. This is nothing, so yeah, I'm good. She put a curious inflection on the word. It was eerie to think of Bonesaw's involvement in things. Her handling of Ashley here. How the Slaughterhouse 9 had got blasto, which had led to Fume Hood's downward spiral. It made me think of Crawler, and it made me think of what had happened to my hometown, to my home, my living room shattered with monsters left lying in places where childhood memories were supposed to be. Monsters that had once been people, a few of them genuinely good and decent, heroes even, to my family, to the person who had once been closest to me. Right. Good to hear, I said. We're similar, I think, she said. I paused. I'd been taking a second to think about how I would gracefully exit. Now I was left to process what she'd said and figure out how to gracefully answer that. Should I take that as a compliment? I asked. Take it however you like. They've experienced hurt. They've known horror. Maybe not so much for Kenzie, but she experienced enough hurt that it balances out. I probably shouldn't be hearing this, I said. They haven't seen the worst of it. They haven't seen rock bottom and then had someone or something reach up from below and drag them deeper. The Slaughterhouse 9 were that for me. I got the impression from how you talked about Tattletale that she was that for you. No, I thought, only in small part. My first take on you was that you knew enough to be useful. Then you talked about Tattletale and your reaction to someone who has the information, who's careful, and who has resources. You're afraid. I'm concerned, I said. I respect it, that fear. Concern, I said. If it was just fear for myself, that would be one thing, but I'm concerned about the others here. It's a very concerning world, isn't it? She asked. There's a lot to be concerned about. You and I, we have our eyes open about that, even if we're taking it in very different directions. Are we? I asked. Aren't you giving this hero thing an honest shot? I am. It's not going to work out, but I'll be here until the end. You sound pretty sure about the fact it's going to go south. She tipped back her water bottle, finishing it off, and without even lowering the bottle from her mouth, she used her power. Shorter than her prior uses, abrupt. It made its usual cacophony of noise, my ears ringing faintly in its wake, and it pushed her hair up and back, so it took a second to fall back into place. She caught her balance, taking a second before she stood straight again. Then she looked at me with eyes that had no pupils, no irises, only the white, and only the dark makeup to draw out the eyelashes. Slowly, her pupils faded back in. All to dispose of a water bottle, apparently. or to make a point.
"I'm not even the most fucked up person on this team, Victoria," she said. "I might not even be in the top 2. Our therapist knows, and that's why she was concerned enough to reach out to you. They, the really fucked up ones, they probably know. But I know it too, which makes me pretty certain."
"Yet you're still here," I said.
"So are you."
"I'm cursed with an impulse to help people," I said.
"It's an epidemic,"
she said. "Guess so," I said. I used my flight, my feet rising an inch or 2 off the ground. "I think I'm going to take off." She gave me a small salute, her expression dispassionate. I didn't want to give the impression I was running, so I asked, "See you in a couple of days, then?"
"Yeah."
I flew skyward, at the speed and angle that made even my stomach do that overly light flip-flop at the distance between myself and solid Earth. I came to a stop when I couldn't see the library anymore. I didn't fly home. I had too many thoughts in my head, and after seeing the others, seeing personalities and outbursts from Tristan's comments for Byron to Ashley's more dire threats, the powers, the secrets that were being kept or barely suppressed, I remained in the air, the ground a blur beneath me, the clouds not all that far above me. The city was painted in its golds, its concrete and pavement with yellow paint, its grassy patches, its fields of wheat and corn. Just me up here, the wind in my ears. I believed Ashley. It wasn't that she was honest. She wasn't. She bluffed, and she bluffed often. I suspected the bluffs were because she'd been telling me the truth when she'd remarked on the common thread between us. We'd seen some of the worst the world had to offer, and we had reason to be afraid. I believed her when she said there were people on the team who she saw as more messed up than herself. I had my suspicions about who. Something was up with Chris. Mentally and emotionally, he was compromised. Physically compromised. Socially, in terms of where he fit into the world, again, he was compromised. He'd almost revealed the least of himself of anyone present. Rain was another issue. The team supported and insulated its members. They protected one another from the interlopers and the outside stresses. There were times and places that could be good, but I could just as easily see things go in a direction where outsiders weren't sufficiently protected from the group, while the group carried on like this. My job, in a way. I'd keep an eye on all of them, of course. Kenzie could be a danger, and I could see even Sveta going to a bad place, however much I liked her. Tristan was strong, and he spent half of his life locked away in a lightless, motionless prison, only a window that looked out through his brother's eyes and listened through his brother's ears. It would be so easy for him to go off the deep end. Ashley was unpredictable and dangerous, pure and simple. Chris I could only keep an eye on. Rain... I didn't fly back to Crystal's. I flew to the train station, and I held a position where I couldn't make out the people, but I could make out the train. I was paranoid, and too many things today had prodded at my paranoia. There were many I was helpless to do much about, but I could act on these suspicions. A train came, traveling west to east. I knew Sveta and Tristan would be boarding it. Had I been on foot, it was the one I would have caught. When the other train came, traveling the opposite direction, I followed it. I had a pit in my stomach, doing it, but I had a gut feeling that this was part of why Jessica had reached out to me, and why she had been relieved that I was keeping an eye on things. Yes, they knew things about each other, but they kept secrets. There were evasions, walls that were thrown up. I just didn't understand what Rain was doing. To have a hit out on his head and reject an escort, holding firm to that rejection even after having the danger driven home? "What's going on, Rain?" I asked. Where I was, suspended in the sky, wind rushing past me, there was nobody to hear. I was prepared to follow him to Greenwich. It was a lengthy trip, and it left me to think about grabbing dinner, possibly on the trip back. I tempted myself with thoughts of a burger or a good Slovaki roll, something warm, as I thought on it. This high up, there was no heat radiating up off the ground or nearby surfaces. Less sunlight bouncing around with light energy dissipating and becoming heat, and the steady wind flowed past me to swipe the warmth that my body put out. As stakeouts went, this was liable to be cold, and I'd have to figure out something for bathroom breaks. As self-imposed missions went, it wasn't just hard for me to justify doing this, it was a pretty rough experience. The mind-numbing dullness of a sit-and-watch stakeout combined with the hypnotic nature of a long-distance drive. Drivers, at least, had to watch the road and be mindful of other drivers. I had nothing to help keep my thoughts centered. From Stratford to Bridgeport, I had my binoculars out, and I watched for trouble, studying the people boarding the train. Nothing obvious. The train carried on its way, traveling from the Bridgeport neighborhood to Fairfield Span, past the community center that had been attacked at Norfair, and then onward to Norwalk Station, Kenzie's neighborhood. There were stops where only a pair of people left, stops where only a few got on, and Norwalk, unfortunately, was one of the major stations. I couldn't track everyone that boarded. My thoughts were preoccupied, thinking about what I was doing, my doubts, my frustration that I couldn't effectively watch out for trouble while doing this the way I was doing it. It was too easy for someone with powers to board the train and go after Rain while uncostumed. Was it likely? No. But I wanted to justify what I was doing. There was a chance, though, that when Rain got off the train, he would be followed by fellow passengers until he was in a place where he could be attacked. I could watch out for that. I could watch out for any unexpected stops, and I could keep an eye out for the old staples of railway robberies and ambushes. Trains moved slowest when they went around corners, so I could keep an eye out for ambushes and unexpected boardings that took place in those locations. With my thoughts caught up in things as they were, I nearly missed it. The train was old-fashioned in look, cars linked by couplings, and passengers could move between cars, with the space between each car being open to the air. Periodically, passengers would step out to smoke or get fresh air. Most were parents with kids. At the caboose, a figure had stepped out onto the back. Rain. He climbed over the railing and jumped, while the train was going well over 100 miles an hour. Hands out to his side, his bag in one hand, other empty, his feet touched the slope, and he stopped. No momentum, nothing to suggest he'd been on a speeding train a matter of seconds ago. The fact he stood on a slope didn't seem to matter, as he didn't slide, slip, or fall. He looked around, but he didn't look up, and I wasn't sure he would have seen me if he had. He jogged down the slope and walked across a field. Past the field was mostly wilderness and dirt road. Rain walked for 10 minutes to get where he was going. Aaron had parked under a modest little bridge in a town with one gas station. I didn't feel good watching them interact. I felt guilty for spying, even though his actions proved he was being dishonest. I watched Rain make conversation with his friend. Minutes, where he did most of the talking, pacing some, while Aaron leaned against the side of the vehicle. He must have asked something, because Aaron shifted position, reaching through the window. A second later, she drew her hand out. She had a handgun. It didn't mean anything. This was justifiable, given his situation. Lying about where he lived and where he was going was justifiable. Even his friend carrying a gun made sense when he was being hunted. His story about how they met and where she came from, I wasn't sure. It didn't feel like I knew the whole of it. If they'd traveled again, I might have watched to see where they went. If they'd gone to one of the smaller equivalents of Hollow Point, it might have told me something. If they met certain people, it might have proven out my suspicion. They went to get ice cream in the dinky one-gas station town, and I couldn't conscience staying to watch. I flew home. I let myself into Crystal's apartment through the sliding balcony door. "Gravesite?" A male voice.
"Whenever I'm traveling in that direction,"
Crystal said.
"That's good to hear. I keep meaning to travel out that way, but..."
"It's a universe away. I can go with you sometime if you want."
"That might be nice."
I shut the balcony door. I could have closed it silently, but I didn't. Crystal, standing at one corner of the living room, had the door open, but she stood in between the door and the doorframe in such a way that her body filled the gap. She twisted around to look at me, and I saw a force field start to be painted out. "It's okay," I said. The force field winked out. "You sure?" she asked. I nodded. She opened the door wider. My dad was in the hallway, wearing a sleeveless top with a hood, in a very light fabric, and yoga pants of similar light weight. A gym bag sat on the floor by his feet. "You've been flying," he said. "Yeah," I said. "That's good," he said. "That's really positive." "I guess," I said. "How are you?" "I'm noticing how empty my apartment feels a lot. That's not me trying to guilt you. It's me realizing where I've wound up and wondering how I got myself here." "Yeah," I said. "Do you want me to invite him in?" Crystal asked. "I can fuck off if you need me to. Or you can take over door duty." "I wouldn't ask you to fuck off in your own place. Are you getting tired of standing guard?" I asked. "A bit." "We can invite him in." My dad entered the apartment. "Sorry to drop in. Is that what this is?" "I worry when you drop all communication. I thought I would at least ask Crystal if you were okay." "I see," I said. I walked around behind the couch, putting it between myself and him, and leaned forward on the back of it. He took a seat on the armrest of the armchair, one foot on the ground. "I want you to know that what happened at your mom's house, I'm sorry about that. It wasn't right." "I appreciate that. I wish I could tell you that I was sorry for how I reacted there, but I don't know if I can." "I wouldn't ask you to," he said. "I think any and all of us should be understanding when it comes to old wounds." Old wounds, I thought. Were they that old? Didn't old presume they'd healed over, or that things had been addressed or mended somehow? "I guess," I said. "What Mom did, I was pretty vocal about why I was upset about it. Did Crystal explain why I was bothered by what you did?" She deflected my question when I asked. "If you noticed it was a deflection," Crystal said, "I need to work on my patter more." "Just a bit more," my dad said, smiling slightly. "Sorry to interrupt," she said. "It's okay," I said. I paused. "You realize, Dad, the reason I felt betrayed wasn't that I thought you were in on it or anything, right? I felt betrayed because you let yourself believe Mom's words more than you believed everything you saw in years of living with me, after visiting me in the asylum, after seeing how I function and how I don't function." "I'm not going to try and defend myself," he said. "You're absolutely right. I let myself be stupid. I have a way of doing that when I'm around your mom." "I just don't understand how you wouldn't just stop and realize it doesn't make sense. When you know about the nightmares and the fact that I hadn't flown in months, and the fact I don't even want to talk about her, you'll believe I'd be willing to meet her face to face and have a meal?" "It's not that clear-cut. Your mother is a clever woman, to the point she can outsmart herself. She has good instincts when it comes to getting people on her side, too. I've been missing home the past few years, and seeing the woman I still love being warm for the first time in—" He trailed off. "Since 2011, I said. "Yeah," my dad said. "With food I've been aching for just as long already cooking, the kitchen and barbecue rich with that smell. Things, like I said, that make me stupid." "What food was it?" I asked. "Laser-seared kebabs," Crystal said. I bit my lip. Family recipe. With my lips still between my teeth, I said, "Okay." "I'm not making excuses," my dad said. "I should have clued in. When Amy turned up and I knew you were coming, it wasn't framed like a reconciliation. It was framed as you knowing everyone was coming and you would have things to get off your chest. Carol said she would referee, and I knew it would go poorly if it was just her, so I offered to help. While I was offering, I wasn't stopping to think." "Was a part of it you just wanting things to be normal again? The 4-person nuclear family back together?" "Yes," he said. "I'm not about to lie here. Yeah, yes." It hurt hearing that. Knowing my dad and where he wanted to be were that far away from where I was and where I wanted to be. "I'm sorry," he said. "I let my guard down when I should have had it up to protect you. I wanted you to hear that apology, and I wanted to make sure you were all right."
"Crystal and I are looking out for each other," I said.
"Absolutely,"
Crystal said. "That's great," my dad said. I rubbed my arm, wrist to shoulder.
"I'm giving some limited direction to a team of heroes right now. It's messy."
"Any team is bound to be. It's good that you're doing that."
"Messier than most," I said. I paused. "Top 1% of messy."
"Ah, I see," my dad said. He rubbed his chin. It was late enough in the day that the stubble he usually had on his chin was more of a shadow. The Dallin Pelham family never does anything the easy way, does it?
"No, we don't," I said.
"Can I help?" he asked. "Advice? Support? I don't have a lot of money, but—"
"I've got the team outlined on my laptop. 6 people, either under 18 or in the vicinity of 18. One complicated case age-wise. This doesn't leave this room, right?"
Nods from both Crystal and my dad.
"They'll probably go covert, gather and sell info. I think I can pitch that to the big teams and get the initial funding. I might be able to get costumes through them as well."
"They have the infrastructure set up for costumes," my dad said. "They've got most current members outfitted, and I've heard rumor of them branching out to supply other teams and heroes. I would be very surprised if they said it wasn't doable."
"Perfect," I said. That helped if and when it came to negotiating. I held up my hand. "Funding, costumes, target. Target is hard to pin down. A lot of low-level threats out there, banding together."
"If you're keeping an eye out for the criminal populations that aren't joining larger groups, the places you want to keep an eye on are the cabin, the tea shop, the pit stop, the rail, and the greens. Those last 3 places are pretty seedy and traditional villain bars. The others are villain bars without the bar part."
"What about the ones who are hooked into bigger groups?" I asked.
"That gets more complicated, and it's less about the places to watch and more about the names to keep an ear out for," my dad said. "Marquis, Goddess, Lord of Loss, Mama Mathers, the Crowley brothers, Deader and Goner, Barrow." I knew the names, and I knew where they were situated. No big surprises there. I nodded to myself. Marquis. So casually mentioned. "How messy is it?" my dad asked, his voice softer.
"They're young. Some of them are kids, and I'm not positive they're all going to survive the next 2 weeks," I said. "And that's not even... There's enough other mess, I could almost forget about the danger hanging over their heads."
"You've taken them under your wing?"
"Yep. I'm going to at least point them in the right direction, I hope. I might be the wrong person for the job, but someone has to do it, right?"
"Wow," my dad said, barely audible.
"What?"
He shook his head. "It's hard to articulate."
"I'm trying to play this slow, keep it calm. I know a lot, and I've been down some of these roads. I'm hopeful I can at least keep things from getting out of control." "That may be a tall order," Crystal said.
"Maybe," I said.
"If they absolutely insist on getting out there and mixing things up, I'll point them in the direction of the asshole villains who are ramping up their activity and taking things over. The nascent tattletales and marquises. Kneecap them on their plans before they can get too big."
"You really are your mother's daughter," my dad said.
My eyebrows went about as high up as they could as I turned my full attention toward him.
"What you just said before, and what you said just now, those words could have come from her mouth in a different time and place."
"This isn't winning points with me," I said.
"I'm not here to win points," he said. "I want to make sure you're safe, sane, and healthy."
I noticed the implication of what he was saying. That taking this course might not be one of those 3 things. "What should I be doing different?" I asked.
"I don't know," he said. "I don't think any of it is wrong, but I haven't always been the best judge in the moment. I'd say CYA."
"On what front?" I asked.
"Do you have counsel on call?"
"I wasn't aware we even had a legal system yet."
We don't, but it's coming soon. Counsel on call. It was common for new teams of heroes to have a lawyer available, who they could call on and outline the situation to before they took action, covering their asses, making sure the arrests could stick, that there was a voice with the authority and knowledge to talk to the police and courts if and when the hero's actions were questioned in more depth. It wasn't a bad idea. It hobbled things, slowed them down. It was a bit of a headache, but having a lawyer as a hoop to jump through could restrain some of the more impulsive parts of the team. I'd have to run it by them, but it made sense. I could ask around, my dad offered. But if you really wanted a good perspective on who you could talk to, there are better people to ask. You mean Mom, I said. My dad nodded. Yeah, I said. I clenched my fist and relaxed it. I'll talk to her. You really want this? I thought of the team when it had been operating together, playing off one another, being good at what they did. I thought of Tattletale and her version of my hometown, and how much I really wanted her and people like her to lose every reason they had to be smug and confident. I wanted to bring those two ideas together into a concrete reality, and I wanted it badly enough I was willing to go have a conversation with my mom when I was really fucking pissed at her. If it meant wrangling this team that was going to do what they were doing whether I was involved or not, I'd do that. I feel like whatever I say, you're going to say I'm just like Mom again, and then I'm going to be mad at you, I said. Can't have that, my dad said. Putting all of that stuff aside, I said, if I walked away, if I left it alone, I'm scared of what would happen to people who didn't deserve it. I can't do that. I don't know if that's the Carol in me talking, but it's the truth. My dad nodded to himself. That's not your mom talking, I'm pretty sure. Similar, but not your mom. He didn't even need to say it. The moment I'd seen the look on his face as he'd opened his mouth, I realized who I'd been echoing. Arc 3, Glare, Chapter 6. Group text at Ashley Stillins, Chris Ellman, Kenzie Martin, Rain Frazier, Sveta Karelia, Tristan Vera. Me. Morning, everyone. I'm planning to swing by the Warden's HQ today. Some cues for people. Going to talk to a family member about what you guys might need to do legally. In interest of not taking over your thing, anyone want to come with? You can make calls and be involved. Ashley S. I have appointments. Sveta K. I can come. I know my way around. Kenzie M. I'll come. Are you going in the morning or afternoon? I can have my parents call into school and get me out for the day if I have to. Sveta K. I don't want your schoolwork to suffer. Me. Afternoon. Kenzie M. I'm an A+ student. I can miss a day. Sveta K. No, you can't. Me. It's best to stick to the rules of the old days. Try to keep grades where they were before you joined a team. If you can miss your study group for this, that's okay. We meet at 2. Kenzie M. Cool. Rain F. Can't make it. Tristan V. Count me in. Me. Sveta, Tristan, Kenzie, and me then. Chris is welcome if he wants. 2 p.m. at the front doors. Take extra time to travel. P transportation strike may futz things up. I had to take the train to get to the Warden's HQ. It was a fortress of a building, indomitable, and it was situated near the largest cluster of portals in Gimel, very possibly the largest cluster of portals in all the known worlds. I looked up at a knight in plate armor with his bowed head, both hands on the pommel of a sword, with the tip resting on the ground. A cloth wrap partially covered the legs, like a flag worn around the waist. long enough to reach the knees in front and to drape near the ankles at the back. 2 shields stood behind the figure, hanging in the air at a height and position reminiscent of folded wings. It was typically simplified when shrunk down for website images and badges, the position of the arms, hands, and shields suggesting the lines of a W for the first letter of Wardens. Here it was 4 stories of statue, built into the front face of the building. It put me in mind of Gilpatrick's speech. 5 pounds of gun, 15 pounds of armor? No. Here, at this scale, it was 50 tons of sword, 150 tons of armor and shield. Every inch and pound of its composition was symbolism. "It's something, isn't it?" Tristan asked. "Yeah," I said. "It's something." I turned to look at him. He'd just walked up to stand beside me. He'd tidied his hair some. I had the impression he'd started to dress up for the occasion and his other impulses style-wise had taken over. His shirt was a button-up, red silk, with buttons in 2s at the regular intervals. He wore it very casually, with the sleeves rolled up and the buttons undone at the collarbone. He'd paired it with a nice pair of black jeans, and he'd painted his hair a red that more closely matched his shirt. "Reminds me of that video that circulated online for a bit. Chevalier and the last fight against Behemoth," Tristan said. "Absolutely," I said. "Probably intentional. It's a good mental image to have, the hard fight and the great improvements that follow." "And the disaster that followed that?" Tristan asked. I frowned at him. "It's reality," he said. "It's a little pessimistic," I said. I glanced back. I spotted Sveta making her way up the steps from the sidewalk to the raised bit of ground in front of the building. "Hey!" She wore a black dress that gathered together as a halter neck, with tights covering the legs. She'd redone some of the paint on her arms and shoulders, the paint around the ball joint and along the shell that encased each arm, fresh and glossy. "You guys dressed up a bit," I said. "We exchanged some texts," Tristan said. "I think we psyched each other up some." "I was redoing my paint after all the running around and tree climbing yesterday," Sveta said. "I started overthinking things." "You look good," I said. "Thank you. You too." I was wearing a very similar outfit to when I'd been job hunting. Kenzie was last to catch up to us, running up the stairs. Knee-high socks, a skirt with overlapping stripes, and a blue sweater in a light material, worn over a shirt with the collar poking up through the neck hole. The pin in her hair looked like a bow, but it was 2-dimensional and metal. "Did you go home to change?" Tristan asked. "No," Kenzie said. "You actually wore that to school?" he asked. "It looks nice, thank you very much," she said. "I agree," I said. "I might have worn something similar when I was around Kenzie's age." "I can understand you not getting bullied," Tristan told me. "Your parents are superheroes." "I don't get bullied either," Kenzie said. "I wouldn't mind if I did. It would at least mean my classmates would pay attention to me." "They don't?" Sveta asked. "Feels like everyone's busy with their own thing," Kenzie said. She looked up at the statue that stood in relief from the front of the warden's headquarters. "Still hurting from recent losses." "We'll see what we can do to keep future losses from happening," I said. "Absolutely," Kenzie said. Inside the building, statues of key members stood off to either side of the lobby. Chevalier, Narwhal, Valkyrie, Legend, Cinderelle, Stonewall, Topflight, and Miss Militia. The building was set up so the people on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors could stand at the glass railings and look down at the lobby, and vice versa. People in business clothes were walking every which way upstairs, and people on the ground floor were free to peruse the gift shop or wait for tours. There were larger display boards set up around the edges of the lobby, much like the maps that were stationed around malls, but these showed off the icons for each of the teams under the warden's umbrella. They might have been touchscreens. There were screens for advance guard, foresight, the attendant, the shepherds, and smaller teams like Kings of the Hill, the Wayfinders, and the Navigators. The screen for the attendant was still up, but it was dark, only the faint outline of the attendant's icon on the screen. The shepherd's screen had been moved forward and to a position of more prominence. It was darker than the PRT offices had been. The aesthetic of the PRT of yesteryear had always been predominantly white, with black stenciled letters and icons. The periodic bit of chrome or mirror when tech was required. Here it was dark stone, lined in gold or brass, and the lighting made me think of a cinema with lights set on high ceilings and tuned to be unobtrusive. It was transparent and open in layout, and the suggestion of there being very few barriers, like with the glass railings, or the way that it really looked like anyone on the ground floor could go anywhere without checkpoints or security.
"Where are we going?"
Sveta asked.
"I should check on my mom first, see if she's free for a short conversation." "Where is she?"
"Legal or liaison. I've been here twice before, but the first time they were still getting everything put together, and I don't remember much from the second." Sveta turned around slowly, then pointed.
"Good," I said. "Thank you." "Are you on good terms with your parents these days?"
Sveta asked. I started. "No." "Is she going to help?" Tristan asked.
"I don't know,"
I said.
"It's not that kind of bad terms where she'd say no, I don't think." "Is it the kind of bad terms where you invite someone to come with you so you don't have to worry about the rents being super embarrassing and lame?" Kenzie asked.
"If I had any idea on what she might say or do, then this would be easier," I said. "I think it'll be fine." The stairs led from either side of the front desk to the second floor, going around the statue in relief that mirrored the one on the front of the building. The security checkpoint was on the second floor, more or less hidden behind the statue and the slab it stood out from. Glass walls separated the walkway from the offices and departments around the building exterior. "Names?" the man at the desk asked.
"Victoria Dallin, Sveta Karelia, Kenzie Martin, Tristan Vera," I said.
"Intentions?"
"We have an appointment with Foresight on the 5th floor. I was also hoping to stop in and see my mom at her workplace. I'm not sure if she's at legal or liaison right now."
"Her name?"
"Carol Dallin."
"1 second." The person made a phone call. I waited, a little nervous, emotions stirred up. Anger, frustration, disappointment, worry. Kenzie had her chin at the top of the railing as she looked down at the lobby. Sveta stood next to her, with Tristan off to one side. "Is Weld getting a statue?" Tristan asked.
"Not for a while," Sveta said. "That's more for people who have put in the years, and he only just got in. He's got a preliminary thing in the gift shop."
"No shit. Awesome. We should stop in at the gift shop before we leave."
"You're such a kid,"
Kenzie said, sticking out her tongue at Tristan. He reached out to muss up her hair, and she ducked back out of the way. "Victoria, was it?" the person at the desk asked.
"Yes," I said.
"Your mother says you can go up. She's at legal on the 3rd floor. She'll take her break when you arrive, so you'll have about 15 minutes. I resisted the urge to wince. 15 minutes was too much. Still, saying that would cause problems. "Great. Give me 5 seconds, and I'll give you your guest ID cards. Can your friends come to the desk?" We lined up in front of the desk. The printer didn't take long, spitting out 4 cards in 4 seconds. "Check your names are accurate, please, and there seems to be a problem with Miss Kenzie." He turned the card around. A slash of distortion masked Kenzie's face, tracing from her cheekbone to the one corner of her forehead. It looked like the heavy compression artifacting that came with any image that had been compressed too many times, but it was dense to the point that her eyes, nose, and cheekbone were almost completely covered.
"Do you want to try again?"
Kenzie asked. She had her phone in her hand as she clasped her hands behind her back. I saw the screen momentarily light up. The man tapped at the keyboard for a few seconds, then turned around to grab the card as the machine spat it out. He gave a singular nod and passed the card with its attached lanyard to Kenzie. Picture normal. We headed for the stairs up to the 3rd floor.
I didn't know they were going to take our photos,
Kenzie said. What are you even doing obscuring your face like that? Tristan asked.
It's not on purpose, obviously. It's a byproduct of tech I'm wearing.
Once we reached the 3rd floor, there was less in the way of civilian-facing offices, and there were more people in suits and business clothes. The glass wall had letters applied to it. Just 303, legal. My mom had had a study back at our house, with the 100 or so legal tomes with all of the case history, precedent, and whatever else, on top of the books we'd fashioned ourselves, binding in a variety of ways, saving team stuff, parahuman case files we'd printed off the net, and more. This was that. It was the same kind of heavy oak desks that my mom had had in her study, the shelves, the desk lamps, and the scattered paperwork that had yet to be gathered together and bound. It was files and filing cabinets, a storm of legality, as if a giant had sneezed in a legal office. My mom might have been one of the older people around. A lot of the lawyers looked young, and at 2 p.m, jackets were off and slung on the backs of chairs, sleeves were rolled up, and perfect hairstyles were just a little bit messed up. She was doing a lot of the talking, taking charge and getting people organized. A young lady approached us at the doorway.
If you're wanting to lay charges against the wardens, or if you have witness testimony to give, you'll want to go to casework on the 2nd floor. I know it's confusing. My mom is Carol Dallin. I'm just stopping in to ask a question. The people at check-in said it was okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at you. I definitely see the resemblance. Your mom is awesome, you know.
I know, I said, my eyebrows going up momentarily. The lady stepped away to fetch my mom. The feeling of trepidation got worse as I watched my mom walk toward me. It was hard to divorce this scene and image with my memory of being on the street outside my mom's house, the hurt and the feelings there. My mom smiled, acknowledging the other 3.
Victoria, this is a pleasant surprise. I had a conversation with Dad last night. He suggested that you might be the person to ask for this thing these guys are doing.
Ah, my mom said. She barely seemed fazed by that.
Just business? More or less, I said.
Man, I was still so pissed at her. I was more pissed somehow that she was being nice and casual.
I'm happy to help however you need it, she said. The only issue is I can't step away right this minute. We're waiting on a phone call from some people in the would-be government, and my coworker is away on a late lunch.
I don't need you to step away, I said. These guys are starting up a team. Dad suggested they'd do best if they had someone legal to call up before any big moves. Make sure charges stick. My mom looked over at the 3. Kenzie put up her hand in a small wave.
Is that Sveta? Hi, Mrs. Dallin. I didn't recognize you at first. I can't believe it,
my mom said. She approached Sveta, taking Sveta's hands and lifting them up.
What beautiful work. I'm pleased with it,
Sveta said, ducking her head a bit.
And the art. Is this yours? It reminds me of what I saw you working on during one of my visits. It's mine.
It's stellar, my mom said. I don't suppose you'd know someone you could put us in touch with? I asked, more tense than I'd wanted to sound.
I can ask around. Are you paying them?
I think we'd have to, I said.
We're pretty overloaded right now. I can't make promises.
I don't think the team has any major moves planned for early in their career, I said. Having someone available a month from now or 2 months from now might be good.
I'll see what I can do, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're still moving at this clip 2 months from now.
What do you do? Tristan asked.
We're lobbying on behalf of the wardens. The government is figuring out the law as we speak, and we're trying to figure out the most effective approach to handle law and parahumans and how they interact in the new world. A lot of precedent, citing past history, pulling from the law of Earth Bet.
It sounds heavy, Tristan said.
We're deciding the legal fabric of the new world.
It is, my mom said.
Can you sound some people out? I asked.
Having someone we could trust to be discreet would be ideal. It wouldn't be heavy.
I'll ask around. I know we've got a few ex-law students who are in limbo,
my mom said. She gave me a look.
They could use the extra funds, and they should have enough knowledge of the system as it stands. They're even on the ground floor for the legal system we may end up with, if we're successful here.
Thank you, I said.
We'll discuss, and I'll look at the books, and we'll see if we can pay them something fair.
Keep it business.
Would you come to dinner tonight? She asked. We can talk. If I have a better idea of what you're doing, I can find you a better fit.
I'd really rather not, I said.
Communication is key. We should talk.
Another time, I said. Weeks or months from now.
Okay, she said. I'd like to invite your sister to a sit-down.
My dignity and grace were dashed away just like that. A startling, painful jar from reality to somewhere else. The lights of the brightly lit legal office seemed too bright, and the dark shadows in the dimly lit building interior of the warden's HQ and its lobby seemed too dark. It was very, very hard in the moment to separate my recollection of being outside the house with her inside that house from this, and convince myself that she wasn't here, somewhere nearby.
No,
I said, my voice too soft.
Victoria.
Mom, I said, my voice sharp. Do you want this conversation to go in the same direction as the one at the barbecue?
That's up to you,
she said. I thought about saying something regrettable.
Bye, Mom. Good luck with your thing.
She looked like she might say something, but she smiled instead and said,
Good luck with yours.
I turned to go, and the others followed. We walked a little way around the circumference of the floor, between the offices to our right and the railing to our left, until we were a distance away from the legal department. I leaned on the railing and wrapped one of my hands around the other, squeezing it. Sveta put an arm around me, and then Kenzie walked up to the other side of me and put a hand on my back.
I'm okay,
I said. There wasn't an immediate response.
She was never my favorite person,
Sveta said.
You seemed to get along with her before.
Sveta shook her head, hair flying out a little ways.
You were always really down when she was due to visit, and you were down when she missed visits, and you were down after she came.
I was down all the time.
It was different kinds.
Family's hard, Tristan said. It really sucks sometimes.
Yeah, Kenzie said. Family can be the best, and it can be the worst.
Sveta let her arm slide off my shoulder. It settled on Kenzie's head with a faint clack.
Ow,
Kenzie said. Sveta's fingers lifted up, then came down in a pat. I stood straighter, and Sveta moved a bit away, her arm reeling in, giving me freedom to stand back.
Hopefully this gets you guys one step closer to being a team with everything you need. We should go talk to Foresight and see if we can get you the rest of the way.
What are we talking about with Foresight?
Jurisdiction,
I said.
There might be a few other pieces of ground to cover. Finances, selling info.
Sounds good, he said. You up to talking about the kind of info you can gather, Kenz?
I think so.
The 5th floor wasn't built around a hole in the floor like the bottom 4 were. There wasn't a view of the lobby, a railing, or anything of the sort. Another security checkpoint was set up at the base of the stairs. With our lanyards and guest IDs, we were clear to go. Our arrival was preceded by a shift in lights visible from the stairwell. Masks on. The floor plan was closer to a proper office building, with hallways studded with posters and pictures of team members and leaders, teams, and framed news articles. The hallway to the right of us had shepherds, and a shepherd's crook running down the length of it, a burgundy stripe of paint lit up by the lights on the underside of the crook. Red-brown colors to the wall, and the articles and pictures were all for the shepherds. In the hallway to our left, Foresight, blue and black paint and lights, Foresight members and victories on the wall opposite. A door opened and a few shepherds stepped out into the hall.
"Holy shit,"
one said. "Fuck," Tristan said under his breath. It was the Moon Girl, from my job interview with Attendant. She was the one who had urged me away from the Fallen. I was hardly enthused to see her.
"Tristan," she said, "tell me you're not interviewing for a team."
"I'm not," he said. "I've got the team already." She pursed her lips together. "History, Moonsong?" someone asked.
"Yeah,"
Moonsong said.
"Tribute knows."
"Yeah," the guy who was apparently Tribute said. He wore what looked like a hyper-modernized version of the suit of armor with the cape over one shoulder. It wasn't old-fashioned armor, though. It was panels on a bodysuit, and the cape was cut to cling close to his body, angular for flowing cloth, with glowing lines where the sharp angles were. History is putting it lightly. "We're late for an appointment," Tristan said. "You're the guys who were talking to Foresight," someone else said. "They mentioned something like that."
"Yeah,"
I said. Then, aware of the opening in the conversation, I elaborated with, "Hello again, Moonsong."
"Hello,"
she said.
"What was your name again?"
"Victoria."
"You seemed cool, Victoria. What are you doing with this bastard?"
"Wow," Tristan said. "Just helping out," I said.
"He doesn't need it, and he doesn't deserve it."
"Whatever's in the past, he gets his second chance, like anyone. He wants to help people, and I'm going to help him do that."
"He's one of the monsters you help save people from," Moonsong said. "You get that, right?" "That's not fair,"
Kenzie said. She stopped as Tristan put one hand out in front of her, keeping her from jumping forward in his defense.
"Tribute and I arrested him," Moonsong said. "You know that, right?"
I could see the lines in Tristan's jaw standing out. He said, "I know, I remember."
"I want to see Byron,"
Moonsong said. "Not your call. His turn isn't until later." There was a shudder, and then my hair started to move. The light further down the hallway seemed to grow darker, and my stomach lurched in a sensation that I connected to a lot of aerial acrobatics. "You want to pick a fight here?" Tristan asked. Tribute shifted his footing, stepping forward a little, and clasped his hands in front of his groin. With his head bowed slightly, he was faintly reminiscent of the Warden's emblem. I stepped forward, ready to put myself between them, and I felt the stomach-lurching sensation again. My leg buckled, and I nearly fell. My hair was floating now, and my legs were straining, almost locked in position with the stress of keeping me upright. Gravity manipulation, but somehow a mix of zero-grav and enhanced gravity. I flew instead of walking, and it was hard to keep my position. I stopped when I was between Tristan and the other two. "This isn't helpful." "Victoria," Moonsong said, "I'm going to tell you how this goes." I felt the gravity shift again, an attempt to put me down against the floor, and threw up my force field to avoid twisting my ankle or hitting the ground too hard. I was glad my skirt wasn't the kind that could flip up, as it hugged my thighs, but my midriff was exposed now. "Tristan joins the team, and he charms the pants off of everyone he meets. He's good at the stuff he does in front of the camera. He's good at the hero stuff. He's strong. He gets decent grades. He makes friends. He finds allies, and he works on them. Because that's what sociopaths do. He doesn't actually care about them." "Sociopath?" Tristan asked. "You're as deluded as ever."
"He jokes and acts all cute about how he's competitive. He likes to win, and he tends to win, so you don't really see how sore of a loser he is when things go bad. He sets his sight on something he wants. He gets it. Sets his sight on something else. He gets it. Until he doesn't get what he wants. Like being team leader, or getting a key role in an event that's coming up. That's when he starts using the people he's been working on. They're usually desperate people, vulnerable ones."
I thought of Rain, who Tristan had called a friend. Or did the whole team count? It's called leaning on people when you're struggling. It's called manipulation, and you're good at it, Tribute said. Fuck off, Tristan said. Drop the power use and let us go. We've got things to do.
Moonsong, Sveta said. I don't think you know Tristan as well as you think.
Same, Moonsong said.
I feel really sorry for you if he's already got into your good graces. Because that bastard is the kind of guy who hires someone who kills people by looking at them to cover his ass, and he uses them against teammates. He likes to win, and he wins at any cost. We know the story, Sveta said. I doubt you know the entirety of it. Have you split the discussion 50-50 between listening to him and Byron? Moonsong asked. She didn't even wait for a response before deciding, no, because it doesn't work that way.
I gave Byron the opportunity, Tristan said.
Yeah, Moonsong said. I know how that goes. Like with Team Reach's therapist, right? You get your turn, Byron gets his. You go in for extra advice, you take over, and somehow the team's therapist gets weird ideas in his head about Byron. You suggest things, and then when Byron gets his turn, he's having to play defense, get rid of those preconceived ideas. He gets no time of his own with the therapist because he's stuck trying to undo the damage Tristan did during his time.
All I did, Tristan said, line standing out at his neck, was try to figure shit out. There's a lot to figure out with the situation being what it is, and somehow I end up doing the legwork.
It's a lot of work for you to manipulate everyone around you, isn't it? Moonsong asked.
Stop, I said. Stop this. Now. I pushed out with a faint hint of aura.
Please,
Sveta said, adding her voice to mine.
I want to hear that Byron is okay, from Byron's mouth. I don't give a shit about Tristan's time.
Fuck this, Tristan said. Fine. He blurred, his eyes becoming crimson points, then transitioning to become teal. Byron, wearing a sweatshirt and jeans. The gravity effect dropped away.
Hi, Byron,
Kenzie said, her voice small. Hi, Kenzie.
You okay?
Moonsong asked. I've had better weeks, but things with my brother are as tolerable as they get, Byron said. He slouched, sticking his hands in the pocket of the sweatshirt. You kind of went overboard.
I had to check.
I know, Byron said. There was a noise behind us, and I turned to look. Foresight, Annalise, and someone I hadn't met. Why don't you come on in? Step into the office, Annalise asked. Moonsong, can I have a word? Foresight's administrative office wasn't the same office I'd been in when I'd interviewed with them. Their headquarters was situated elsewhere, and this was something else, a space set up for meetings, for paperwork, interactions with other teams, and more. Much like the hallways had, it looked like an office. Right away, Moonsong, Tribute, and the member of Foresight stepped into an office, closing the doors. The blinds were at an angle where I could see where they stood, but not their expressions or what they might be saying. Annalise stepped into the back, then came back to the sitting area. He looked at us, then looked at the other members of Moonsong's group. Come on, let's keep everyone separated until things are settled. Our group walked into a back room, a single table and some nice chairs in a room with a coffee maker and microwave. I was looking forward to seeing you again, Victoria, Annalise said. Sorry it's not under better circumstances. Yeah, I said. I'm going to go talk to the others. There won't be a problem if I leave you guys here? Not at all, I said. Annalise left us in the room. Kenzie flopped forward, forehead hitting the table, arms extended all the way in front of her. Byron changed back to Tristan. No, Tristan said, quiet. So long as I'm here, Moonsong is going to be frothing at the mouth. I'm trading out until she's good and gone. They swapped back. Byron slouched into his seat.
I didn't know that about the therapy, Byron,
Sveta said. Byron shrugged.
It's why you don't want to sit in for Mrs. Yamada's?
It's part of it, he said. Look, I don't want to demonize Tristan or anything, like Moon is so good at doing. He has his good side, but a lot of the time, I've got to conserve my strength for dealing with the rougher patches. Minor, basic stuff.
Do you think he's a sociopath?
I asked. No, Byron said. But I think he's got to be the worst possible person to end up sharing a body with.
Is there anything I or we can do to make it easier? I asked. I'm working on a camera that looks inside Tristan to find Byron, or vice versa, Kenzie said, without raising her head. It's not going so well, but I'm going to figure it out.
Thanks, Kens. No, nothing makes it easier. You can tackle the broad strokes. You can be careful not to talk past my face to say something to Tristan, and never do the opposite when Tristan's the one in front. It doesn't make a difference with the stuff that really matters. That's my stuff to deal with.
What stuff?
I asked. He's stubborn, destructively stubborn. He holds this idea of what should happen in his head, and if that doesn't work for you, then you're probably going to be pretty unhappy, because you aren't going to change anything about it.
Reminds me a bit of my mom when you describe it that way, I said.
Yeah, but you can walk away from your mom, can't you? Byron asked.
Yeah,
I said. I sighed. I really appreciate that sigh. Maybe you get it, he said, leaning his head back until it rested against the wall, his face turned skyward. He thrives on competition, you know. He'll be a terrific hero, probably. Put a challenge in front of him and he'll give his all to kick its ass.
But?
I asked. That's him. That's who he is intrinsically. I don't know if there's a but. It's reality. And it's reality that I'm the challenge and he's energized when it comes to the tug of war over this one body we share. He thrives on it in a way, and I'm drained, beaten down.
We have your back, Sveta said. Not just Tristan's. We're backing Capricorn, and we're invested in finding answers for both of you.
I appreciate that, but I don't like this. At best, it's more draining. More of me being beaten down and left more exhausted. At worst, Moonsong might be right.
At best, I said, it's Tristan doing what he's good at doing. What happens if he doesn't have that outlet?
I didn't get a response. There was a knock on the door. Annalise, the dagger-themed member of Foresight.
Can you join us?
He asked. We migrated from the team's lunchroom to the office where the team leader, Moonsong, and Tribute were seated. The leader stood by his desk, one foot on his chair. He looked larger of frame and had Foresight's symbol on an eye patch. A bit of a corsair look, with a jacket and lots of belts, and long black hair tied back into a sailor's ponytail. Veins of gold decorated his costume. Sorry for the hassle, Tribute said. History. Things never really resolved so much as we all walked away with the situation left halfway through a disaster.
It's all right, I said.
We've been having a conversation with the shepherds, the leader of Foresight said. They've explained some of the history. It muddies the waters.
We understand, Sveta said. Sorry about this.
They had the suggestion that we make sure both of the Capricorn twins are on board with this plan of yours. Why'd you have to drag me into this, Moonsong? This doesn't help. I don't want to own any part of this, whatever they do.
I will always fight to give you your voice.
I don't want to speak, Byron said. I want to ignore this side of my reality and conserve my strength for the fights that need it. Is that a no, then? The leader of Foresight asked. No, Byron said. He seemed to flounder for a moment. He looked at me. Fuck. He didn't break that eye contact with me as he said it. My eyebrow went up. Don't let me get in the way of you giving these guys their chance, Byron said. You're vouching for them? The Foresight leader asked. Yeah. Byron punctuated the sentence by changing into Tristan. I'm good with this, Tristan said, shifting his posture to avoid looking at Moonsong. Good, the Foresight leader said. Thank you for your time, shepherds. Tribute and Moonsong left the office. Just Annalise, the leader, Kenzie, Byron, Sveta, and I now. I looked around the office and saw an article. The leader was on the cover, with the name Brio. "You really want to do this?" Brio asked. "They're suited for it," I said. "They have the ability to gather the information and figure out how to crack the toughest nuts. Tinker devices and people on the ground who won't get a second look hanging around Hollow Point. They get the info, they sell it to you guys, and if you want it, they work with you on the actual cracking of the nut. Joint operation, or it can be solo, one way or the other." "Are you participating?" he asked. "If I'm wanted, I'll add my strength to theirs for the big plays." "To be honest, there's a lot about this that could work," Brio said. "When the Wardens gathered us all together, they assigned territories by lottery. We've got other things we're focusing on, and Hollow Point is in a bad way." "If you'll pay a modest fee, enough to cover their lawyer, buy the info, keep them supplied, they'll bring you in for the actual arrests. It's a win for you guys, while these guys do the legwork." "If it works," Brio said. "Yeah," I said.
"We're hard workers," Kenzie said. "We're really good at what we do."
"I don't doubt that," Brio said. His voice had a tone shift that suggested he was used to talking to kids in a certain context. "You have a lot of hurdles." "We've been doing our initial research," Annalise said, "figuring out how we might fix Hollow Point. They're tied into some bigger picture stuff." "Tattletale," I said. "Her on one end," Annalise said, "but she's more the kind of person you have to deal with further down the road. Once you scare them, they'll call her. They already called her once about us, and she's reached out to try to convince us to leave the area alone." "And?" I asked. "And we're leaving it alone, or we were, until you sent your proposal," Brio said. I nodded. Not good to hear, but understandable. I wondered what played into that decision. "On the front end, you've got some others to deal with. You'll have to get past them before you can even start on the project." "Who?" "Speedrunners," Annalise said. He turned around, reached for a file, and put it on the desk, pushing it in our direction. "I know them," I said. I left the file for Sveta, Tristan, and Kenzie to look at. "A couple of times a day they use their time powers. Sweep the area, search every nook and cranny. You won't be able to set up shop." "That'd be second-hand," I said. "They use Final Hour to cover other business. Even if you avoid being caught in the sweeps, you won't be able to look or listen in if they're conducting meetings in banked time streams." "And Last Minute is still with the group?" I asked. "Yes." Fucking time manipulators. "Something to work out in advance, then." "They've got two thinkers, Braindead and Birdbrain, working as a team. You won't be able to have undercover agents if they're checking things. You will be tracked and your agents will be thoroughly investigated." More folders hit the table. "Powers complicate things, and they've got a lot of powers there," Annalise said. "Bitter Pill, Tinker," Brio said. "A lot of the people in Hollow Point are expected to partake, and that means truth serums, just to start with." I looked at the other members of the group. "You really think you're up for this?" Brio asked. "Just speaking for myself, I'm more excited to do this than I was before you started talking about what we're up against," Tristan said.
"I already have some ideas," Kenzie said. "Not about the time guys, but I have ideas."
"We knock the time guys down first," Tristan said. "Without a question. We'll have to. We can do this." I looked at Sveta, who had been quiet. "I want to do this," she said, meeting Brio's eyes. "Then we'll give you our files as starting points. You guys own this if it ends up being a disaster. You keep us informed and—" "In exchange," I interrupted, "you guys give us access to your costume sourcing." "I can do costumes," Kenzie said. "Without battery lives?" I asked. "Oh." "Give us access to your costume manufacturing. I know you have it, and I know you're branching out to share it." Annalise and Brio exchanged a look. Brio nodded. "Okay." "And you give us your blessing to operate in this territory," I said. "I don't know if I like what I saw earlier," Brio said. "Blessing might be a strong word." All parahumans have their issues, I said. Brio seemed to consider for a moment. He extended his hand to shake. We shook it, each of us in turn. No name yet, costumes to be decided, code names to be determined. But we were a team with a mission. We were doing this.
Arc 3. Glare. Interlude 1. Dot moved slowly and carefully through the store. She placed a hand on the floor for the added balance and weight distribution, then slid the hand left to right and back again, pushing it through a layer of dust that gathered and tumbled onto the back of her hand. She was glad for the fingerless glove she wore, because it let her feel the finer details while keeping it clean and warm. The floor was cool and moist. The exterior wall of the store was letting the rain in, and the rain traced a path through one portion of the store, cutting thin rivers through the dust. Wet in places, dry in places, but persistently clammy and dirty. Perpetually colourless. It was the lack of colour that got to her the most. It was one of the big stores, where everything was gathered together into tall stacks and piles beneath and on metal racks. The lights were fluorescent, and they flickered. The buzzing sounds the lights made were more constant than the light. A menacing sound. Menacing, glaring lights. It was safer to climb on the stacks of cardboard boxes than it was to walk on the floor, or to make contact with the wood and metal of the shelves. She paused as she climbed to a higher shelf, figuring out how best to ascend while minimizing dangerous contact. Finally, she decided to take a risk by grabbing a metal crossbar, hauling herself up, and setting her feet on a series of plastic bottles in cardboard trays, stacked higher than a man was tall. She couldn't read well, but she could recognize the labels. Pills. Vitamins, probably. If these were here, then there might be better offerings close by. She searched the nearby piles until she found cardboard boxes with cartoon characters on the front. Pictures of cartoon character heads were beside not cartoon images in shiny, monocolor shapes. Dot opened a box, careful not to make noise, and fished inside. A plastic bottle within, and inside the plastic bottle, a colourful assortment of gummy vitamins. She fished out the contents and pushed them into her mouth until she could barely close her jaw. The artificial taste overpowered her nose and mouth. Her eyes rolled back into her head with the effort of chewing. A loud noise made her freeze. The doors had been opened. She heard loud footsteps. She climbed deeper into the stack of vitamins, listening and watching. "Hello?" The call was drawn out. Dot tensed, listening as the greeting bounced around the building interior. Dot waited. "Anyone here?" She waited, silent, peering through the gaps between the cardboard boxes and plastic bottles. Another voice could be heard saying, "Lights are on? And nobody's home?" They could be out. Or a group of refugees might have stopped in on their way to the portal. They could have set up power and scavenged before leaving things behind for others. Dot winced with every tromp of boot on tiled floor. She could hear people rummaging, pulling down boxes and tearing into the contents. Things fell to the ground. She changed locations, putting some distance between herself and them. It didn't help. Their explorations meant they drew nearer to her as she lurked on a high shelf. "Names you can't pronounce. Grab that first." "Why? Preservatives?" "Preservatives, yep. Keep a close eye out for the products with the wrong names." "Wrong names?" "If it's not called soap, but a cleansing bar, that means it's so loaded with crud that they weren't legally allowed to call it soap. That shit is gold to us, because the chemicals in it mean it lasts. If it lasts, it can be resold back home." "Soap goes bad?" "It can. I'd rather take the misnamed shit that lasts than take something more legit home and find out it went bad. Good point. We'll teach you all the tricks. It's a good gig. Believe me. Yeah. Hey, are those fridges? Yeah. I wouldn't get your hopes up. Power was probably out for months to a year before someone got this building back online. You think they have ice cream? Or those push freezers? You don't want ice cream, remember? You want frozen dairy like desserts or something. Now you get it. Dot watched as the younger man jogged across the floor to what was almost certainly his imminent demise. He opened the glass door to the fridge display and began picking his way through cardboard boxes. She could see the green lights appearing in the background of the display, flicking on one by one, apparently at random. The older man noticed, stopping in his tracks. "Jackson!" he screamed the word. The machine rammed through the wall. 6 feet tall, 6 feet wide, with 2 legs, it slammed past metal racks, past food in cardboard boxes, through the glass doors, through the metal that the doors were attached to, and into Jackson. Both legs broken. From the way he hit the ground, his arm might have been broken too. One mechanical leg thrust out, then dragged Jackson back into the hole in the wall. Another reached out and began depositing a thin white fluid on the blood stain. Jackson's mentor was running, and the machine was just starting to clean up the blood when 2 more belatedly thrust their way out through the walls. They paused where they were, seemed to decide what they were doing, and then used wheels on their underbellies to roll along the floor, the 2 forelimbs out and ready. Gaps appeared in the face of each machine as they drew closer. Jackson's mentor shouted to friends elsewhere in the building as he rounded a corner in the shelves and stacks. He made the mistake of grabbing onto a metal strut at the edge of one set of shelves. The face of the strut moved, changing in angle, and jerked upward. A machine had taken a blade and camouflaged it to look like the red-painted metal surface, and it managed to carve deep into Jackson's mentor's hand. The machine that controlled the blade moved. It wore a cardboard box. Dot made a mental note of that, as she remained frozen, watching. The people were running, gathering together. They narrowly evaded the machines, using corners and their small size to stay clear as the machines from the fridge wall careened down the wide aisles. It didn't matter. They were already dead. She could hear the gasps and shrieks. Here and there weapons were deployed. Sprays of darts, more blades from innocuous surfaces, wire. The gasps became more numerous, the sounds strained, and the activity of the scavengers slowed. The ones who realized what was happening didn't have the words to report it to the others. Gas. Invisible. Odorless. They gasped and used everything they had to try to draw air into their lungs. But the machines were putting something heavier than oxygen on the floor of the store. Now they drowned. Dot had lost family to this very same thing. She had seen how painful it was, and she had known how painful it was to watch someone she cared about die that way. She took her time picking through the boxes of vitamins, putting them in her bag. It was nice that the gummy vitamins didn't rattle. She picked up other things as she navigated the shelves, including bandages and some random bottles. An explosion drew her attention. Someone in a costume. Another explosion, followed by 2 more, and one of the big machines from the fridge wall collapsed. Apparently alerted by one of the dying, the woman in costume climbed up onto the shelving units to get to higher ground where there was air. She threw a blue light out of her hand, and it detonated on impact with the next machine. Back at the fridges, some of the fridges and surrounding wall had already been reconstructed. 2 more of the large cube-shaped machines squeezed through the gaps in the wall that were still there, before getting their wheels under them and hurrying in the direction of the woman in costume. Dot moved closer to the ground to get a look. It was important to know just how far gone this building was. The entire area behind the fridges was gone. Green flashing lights, wires, computers, and metal, twisted into shapes that helped it to provide a framework. Machines were working slowly and steadily to refine and develop things. In the opposite corner of the building, the hero climbed behind a stack of cans. A spray of fléchettes punctured the paper with no resistance. There was no tin to the cans, only the labels and the haphazardly perched tops. The machines had already collected everything and then put things back so it looked like it hadn't been touched. The heroine fell and hit the floor. She'd been darted, punctured across the face and shoulder. "You die too," Dot observed. Against all odds, though, the heroine had managed to hold her breath. She got to her feet and she ran. Dot climbed carefully, avoiding suspicious surfaces as she navigated the piles. She kept one eye out for things she could use and one eye on the heroine. A box cutter, left open on the surface by a past employee. Useful. Dot grabbed it. One of the machines shifted position. 2 legs on the ground in front of it, backside resting on the ground. Its face opened wide, and a salvo of missiles fired forth. 10, 12. Metal canisters with streams of vapor painting the air in their wake as they flew in lazy arcs, or even tumbled through the air before getting their bearings. However haphazard they looked, they didn't hit anything they weren't supposed to. They traced courses between stacks of pasta and boxes of cereal, through the struts of metal shelves, and through the 2-inch gaps between shelf and the floor below. The heroine shot at shelves, bringing down the contents in showers that might block the missiles. Some missiles detonated. Others navigated the falling debris, and the heroine shot at those next. Some missiles didn't detonate, but they weren't missiles in actuality. They were tricks. The heroine backed up, then saw the 2 new arrivals, 2 more of the big soldier machines. She ran for the door. But the machines had had her since she had let them know she existed. The heroine made it to the door, and then a metal skewer harpooned her hand. Blow it up. Lose the hand, Dot thought. She realized she was rooting for the heroine despite herself. The heroine fought, and she'd had to stop running to fight. More skewers impaled her forearm, then her other hand. She used her power. She shot at shelves, but she lacked the angle. The machines reeled her in, using the wires attached to the skewers. And the heroine was hauled into the air, arms out to either side, legs dangling. Dot sat, and she waited. She ate more gummy multivitamins, and she observed the machines. She watched as the mess was slowly cleaned up, boxes pulled back into position, products lined up, and sections of floor that had been shattered by missiles were fit together like jigsaw pieces. Here and there, deep in the craters and crevices, the trick missiles had delivered payloads that weren't explosive. They looked like veins of metal and rock. In weeks and months, they would hatch, revealing the machinery that had built itself within. For now, they were paved over. Smaller machines filled in cracks with something white that would harden, with daubs of black for the speckles in the tile. A blade scraped away the excess, and a small nozzle provided a covering of dust to match surrounding floor. A close eye would notice where the floor was different, but it would have to be close and careful. The machines weren't too challenging to destroy. Dot's groups had sometimes destroyed them. The trick was that they set in roots wherever they went. Each time they reached a new place, they would keep emerging from that place. From walls and floor and rock and tree. It took care and attention to get the machine out of each of those things. And while that care was being taken, machines elsewhere would emerge, march, and make inroads along the flanks. Green lights here and there went dark, the machines hibernating. Dot deemed herself safe to move. She stuck to the high ground, while the still active machines continued their work below. She eased herself closer to the heroine and paused, observing. Here and there, the woman kicked or struggled, and the machines didn't respond. Blood streamed down and dripped from her toes to the floor. Each time blood accumulated enough to drip and make a small splash on the floor, a machine zoomed out to spray at it, and then wiped it away before returning to its hiding place beneath a shelf. Dot leaped. She landed on the woman's shoulder, and the woman's face twisted, contorting into a wordless scream at the sudden added weight on her injured arms and hands. Then the woman looked at Dot, and her expression changed again. Fear. Alarm. Dot was small, only about as large as the woman's head, and she was colourful. Her clothes had been stolen from dolls and pieced together with diligent care. Her tail, with its fur tuft on the end, swished with the box cutter it held.
"Help me." Dot shook her head. "I have people who are counting on me. I have a sick sibling. They need me to bring them in the money from this work." "I have people too," Dot whispered. She stuck her tongue up to pick her nose, then drew it back into her mouth. "Some sick too." The heroine made a small sound, bowing her head. "I'll help you. I'll convince people to give you medical care. We can trade." Dot reached out with one hand, and she pushed the tab that extended the blade from the box cutter. "I'll do anything," the heroine said. Dot paused. "Anything," the heroine said, seizing on the pause. "My king," Dot said. "Where?" "Your king?" "Yes." "I can take you." "No, you can't," Dot said. She hugged the box cutter against her chest with two spotted arms, red spots on yellow-white flesh. "You die here. I'm not big or strong. Machines are. If I go for help, then you dead before I'm back."
"Please, tell me where my king is and I'll be fast. Merciful." "I don't... This isn't about me. Can you let them know the machine army is this far north? They shouldn't be on this side of the Riley Chasm. They kill me on sight." "Find a way. Please. I'll tell you where your king is. I help you. But you need to tell them. We need the wardens to stop them before they get their roots in." Too late, Dot thought to herself. The woman seemed to take it as assent when it wasn't. "The warden's headquarters, probably. It's on Gimel, where a lot of the trains go. The train nearest here goes there. You'll want to look for a building with a statue of a knight with a sword at the front." Dot took a two-handed grip on her box cutter. "Tell the wardens. Let them know, so they can take measures. Tell them Burnish said it. It might save your king's life." Dot paused. "Yes," she said. Then she cut into the woman's throat until blood sprayed from the artery. She opened her mouth wide, until the teeth on the upper half of her mouth pointed in the same direction as the teeth on the lower jaw, and bit in deep, locking her mouth in place. She swallowed the blood, gorging herself. Vitamins, protein, nourishment. She would fill herself here, then visit her brothers and sisters. Then she would set out on her quest. A distance below them, machines washed away the blood. After the heroine had been kept up and out of the way long enough to ensure her power wouldn't be a problem, she would be cleaned up too. Dot felt energized, her focus as sharp as the box cutter. She knew where their king was. King Rinker. Nilbog. She clung to the underside of the train. The ground was a blur beneath her, periodically studded with rocks and branches. Those of her kind who ventured into the human civilization didn't tend to return. She knew it was a risk. She knew she had a 1% chance when it came to this. She'd said her goodbyes accordingly. Blackspot would be left in charge. He'd been unwell lately, and he might be too unwell to lead their group. He was 13, and that made him old. And after their discussion, her communicating in broken English and gesture, and him communicating in chirp, he'd agreed. She suspected he'd made the decision because he hoped she would bring their king back somehow. It was Blackspot's only chance at being recycled and made into new life. Lump would be second in command. Lump had been injured a year ago after running into humans. He barely moved now. When he died, the group would be more free to move. But they wouldn't leave him behind until then. Lump was one of the only big ones that were left. Dot used her tail to fish out a gummy vitamin from inside her tunic, where it sat close to her belly. It stuck to her skin and had to be peeled away. She chewed it slowly and carefully. She was thirsty. She hadn't anticipated how dehydrated she would get. The chewing got her saliva flowing, though some unfortunately flowed out through the corners of her wide mouth. There was a hole that smelled like shit, leading into the train interior, but she didn't want to climb up there. Shit didn't bother her, but the smell would hurt her ability to stay undetected. She was a scout and a spy, a messenger to a king in captivity. She would endure. She clung to the bolts and bars, arching her back when she saw a branch or rock that might scrape at her, and she chewed. The train slowed. She shifted her position, ears reorienting to catch more sound. Every detail she could pick up would matter now. She was in hostile territory. The train rolled to a stop. Doors hissed as they opened, and the crowd began to make their way out. Dot peered between the wheels and up to see the refugees and the scavengers, as well as the men and women and boys and girls in uniforms who came and went. She dropped to the tracks, and she moved to the dark corner, crawling through the dust and grime to help cover up the colour of her spots and outfit. Too many for her to slip across the platform. Would she have an opening? She crept along, looking for vents, for cracks, or anything where she could slip through. Too new a building, too maintained. This was nothing like the kingdom or the ruins she had known during her 5 years of existence. The only time she had seen this many humans was when their kingdom had been invaded. She had been aware as each set of humans boarded at different stops, but for all of them to get off here, for there to be no more tracks, this had to be the end. Their destination, and hers. She trembled with anticipation as the stream of people from the train slowed. Boots were more serious than shoes. Matching boots were most serious. She associated matching boots with the men with guns that worked with the people in costume. When men with matching boots and people in costume got together, it was often to kill her kind. She would save her king. She crept along the underside of the ledge, where the platform jutted toward the train. When the train left, would she be exposed? She would do anything for her king. Her weapon was ready. The box cutter. It still smelled like the blood of the heroine, of Burnish. Thinking of the blood made her think again about how thirsty she was. "Christ," one of the boots said. "Incoming." Someone else groaned. "Good afternoon," a woman said. "Afternoon," was the curt response. "You've got a stowaway." Dot froze. "A stowaway," was the response. There was a sound of an impact, light. "Something small." "Is this like when you had to stop the train, put the entire city on hold, made us get the bomb disposal bod under the train with a camera, all to show us some squirrel roadkill caught in the machinery? I'm here for a reason. This is what I do. Every time you jerk our chains, you lose trust. And you've jerked our chains a lot. You haven't done much to regain that lost trust." "I wouldn't jerk your chain, Adam," the woman said. "I specialize in noticing small things, and I know how small and short your chain is." There was laughter. Dot wondered if she had any options. There hadn't been anything she could use to disguise herself as roadkill. What would she do if the train started moving? "Can you actually see short, chains?" another woman asked. No comment. "I think we have a camera we can drop to the track. It should be up at the station proper. We can do a quick search. You want to grab it, Adam?" "Yeah, sure." "I'll make a call. Ask them to keep the train put while we search. Stay close, Rat?" "The name's Ratcatcher. I'll stay close." Dot made her way along the car until she found one of the holes near the shithole. This hole didn't lead up into the car. There was a grate barring her way, catching hair and other gunk, but it was just wide enough for her to squeeze most of the way into. She waited, listening, until she heard the clatter. Her role in the community had been a scout to start with. She had ended up a leader after a while, but she was still a scout at heart. Exploring new places, figuring out ways to deal with traps, with the enemies that lurked out there. She had dealt with the machine army. This little toy wouldn't stop her. With clawed toes and the opposable toe on her foot, she clawed some of the hair out of the drain. Patience. Care. Machines were predictable once they had revealed their tricks. The challenge was to find the tricks without being discovered or caught. She watched as the machine passed under her. Dropping from her hiding place, almost noiseless, she landed right behind it. She used all of her strength to tip it over, then wrapped the hair around the wheel and reached up, tying it to a bit of metal at the base of the hole, where a passing rock or branch had made the metal rougher.
Snagged. Caught. But in a believable way.
She darted away as voices commented on the situation, trying to riddle out what had happened. A human dropped down between the platform and the train itself, ducking low to peer between wheels, looking for the little camera drone. The platforms were mostly empty, and most of the watchful eyes were focused on the little drone and the issue. She stuck her head up, ears low and close to her body, tail swishing beneath her, and then made a break for the vent. A human moved, making a run for her. Shoes slid on the smooth floor of the station platform as the human put herself between Dot and the vent. "Not so fast," the woman said as Dot skidded on the floor, stopping. The woman was small, as humans went, and she wore a costume that covered most of her body. Her mask was roughly cone-shaped, but the paper or wire that kept the mask pointy had been dented or damaged at one point, and the nose drooped a bit. Rodent-like, with ears sticking out and back at the side, flat against the side of her head. The eyes behind the eye holes were large, dark, and moist. If Dot unfocused her eyes a bit, it looked like there was nothing behind the eye holes. Dark hair draped around in front of the ears and down the back of the woman's head. As pointy as the mask was, she wore a hood or hat with a point going the opposite direction. She wore a jacket, denim, with a threadbare collar, a striped shirt beneath, and a thin chain belt with mousetraps dangling from it. Her socks were striped as well, extending high enough that they just barely met her denim cut-off shorts. Dot was willing to admit that if she was going to die, at least it was at the hands of someone with a good aesthetic. "You shall not pass," Ratcatcher said. Dot remained where she was, frozen. "Can you talk?" Ratcatcher asked. "Yes," Dot said. "I like your colours." Dot stretched out her hands in front of her, looking at her arms. "I bet you're beautiful when you're clean," Ratcatcher said. "Yes," Dot said. She was. She wasn't interesting looking, but she could talk, and she could use her hands, feet, and tail well, and she had some pretty patterns, her namesake spots. "I want you to go home," Ratcatcher said. "If we fight, I'll win. I specialize in dealing with your type." "I'm here to deliver message," Dot said. "That all." "What message?" "Burnish. She went to a store. Machine Army was there. She wanted me to tell. North of the Raleigh Chasm. They were surprised." "We thought it was your people," Ratcatcher said. "No," Dot said. "I watched." "You didn't help?" "Too small. Too weak." "That's no excuse. Bernice was a good one. Nice to me. I'll miss her." Dot remained where she was. She looked back. No sign that the men who were investigating under the train even realized she wasn't there anymore. "Thank you for your message." "I'll go now," Dot said. "But can I have water? I'm so thirsty." Come, vending machine. Have you seen these? Dot had, but she shook her head. Ratcatcher held out a hand. Dot was wary, but she ventured closer. Say hello to Rasputin, Ratcatcher said. Stay in my pocket for now. In another time, another world, Dot might have stayed. But she had a king to rescue, a king adored by his people, a truly great man. As Ratcatcher reached into a pocket, change jingling, Dot saw opportunity. She leaped for the ground, went under the vending machine, and then ran along the wall, darting for the vent. Big people were often slow. Ratcatcher wasn't. Fast reflexes, fast in general. But Dot was faster. Had the vent not already had a corner peeled away, Dot wouldn't have been able to make it inside. As it was, she ducked inside, and Ratcatcher's gloved fingers only managed to seize the ends of the hairs at the end of Dot's tail. Dot hauled herself free. Ratcatcher moved her mask aside, fingers going to her mouth, and then whistled. Trouble! But Dot was already in her element. She ran through dusty vents, navigating the guts of the building. Flashlights periodically shone into the vents, illuminating areas. She avoided most of those beams of light, going this way and that, until she found another convenient point where two pieces of metal weren't flush together. She squeezed through and pulled her bag after her. It was another minute until she realized two things. Ratcatcher had friends. The convenient openings in the vents, and leading from vent to the inside of the walls of the station, were there because of those friends. Dot had dealt with rats before, but these rats were the sort that were very ugly and very large. In the right light, they might have been mistaken for very ugly, small dogs. Dot had always liked that story when the king read it from the scary children's book. The children got the dog, and the dog turned out to be a Mexican sewer rat. These rats were that sort, apparently, and they smelled like Ratcatcher's pocket had. She drew her box cutter, extending the blade, and sized up her opponents. 3 rats against her and her box cutter. It might have been an even fight, but she had her devotion to her king on her side. She would rescue her king. The building that held her king was fitting for the stories. The statue lacked colour, but it had the right atmosphere. She was bleeding, but she told herself that this was how things were in those stories. The heroine at the foot of the castle of the evil empire, the king in captivity. She hurt from the battles already fought, and faced the greatest challenge yet. Getting inside wasn't hard, but getting up was. The vents were barred and had cameras, and people were already on guard when she arrived, keeping a close eye on those same vents. She could only wait. Patience was essential to a scout. The fact that every inch of her hurt from her fight with the sewer rats made the patience a little different. She'd been hurt before, and she'd been hurt in a way that made each breath an effort. Breathe in, breathe out. If she did that once, she was one step closer to being better and being okay. She knew it was a long journey, but surviving was important. Surviving was especially important now. He was close. She would free him, and he would usher in a new age of greatness for her and her people. She might even have a place at his side, where she could be close to him at all times. She wasn't even sure what that would be like. She'd been ecstatic when she had seen mere glimpses of him back in the old kingdom. Breathe in, hurt. Breathe out, hurt again. Feel the scratches and the bites when she shifted position. Breathe in, breathe out. Double check she wasn't anywhere she might be found. She licked at her wounds, and she licked at the dust and grit so her colours would be bolder. She licked her hands and ran wet hands over her hair, smoothing it. She had arrived early in the morning, on the train, and now she waited until the sun was high in the sky. Each breath was a step closer to wellness and moving again. She dug in her small pack for the bandages. They were the small kind, with sticky sides. She had brought the colourful ones with cartoons on them for luck, and now she placed them over her wounds, along with the little bits of cotton and fabric to soak up the blood. It seemed like there were more people who came and went than there were stars in the sky, but her senses might have been playing tricks on her. The trickle of people slowed. When some made early returns, they smelled like food. Midday meals, then. She waited until everyone was back and working, sluggish from the food in their bellies, and then she made her move. Up the underside of the stairs to the second floor, into a crack between a booth and the wall, up to the third floor in a similar way. There was security guarding the way from the fourth floor to the fifth. A commotion gave her a chance to slip through. It helped that she was small, and it helped more that she was experienced. Now she explored. The fifth floor didn't seem much like a prison. The sixth was closer, with more security, more computers, more monitors. She heard a voice, and she caught a familiar name. Rinke. I don't see the point. He's a broken man. Dot clutched at her chest, just over her heart. He's a great man. Him being broken or not broken doesn't change that. I don't see the point, Riley. I don't think I'd gain anything. And I don't think the people I care the most about would be very happy about me hanging around with him. You hang around with me. Someone has to check your work. Whatever. I'm going to go talk to him. I think you should join us. You can check my work after. We'll make it fast. The pair started to walk away. Dot checked the coast was clear, then followed. Up to the seventh floor, then higher. Her body ached, every one of her movements harder than they had been before she had started climbing up to the top of this monstrous building, but she knew she was close. A dining hall, with lots of tables, and a kitchen off to one side. It smelled like 100 different foods. The two girls didn't talk much as they walked. The younger one was on the cusp of adulthood, but she smelled like blood and sickness. She was blonde, wearing a dress. The older one had crossed the threshold to adulthood. Her arms were striped, or marked somehow, almost completely covered with freckles, and her brown hair was tied back into a ponytail. She wore jeans and a top with spaghetti straps, and had a jacket folded over her arms, which she held close to her body. You don't find it sad, spending time around him like this? Sad? Riley asked. No, it's reassuring. How? It's a crazy, fucked up, upside-down, inside-out world. I think he understands that. He lives in that world, not in a fantasy version of it. It seems to me like he lives entirely in the fantasy. Riley chuckled. There was another security checkpoint. The two passed through, and Dot was forced to hang back, watching them go through. She couldn't pass herself. It was sealed off like the old kingdom had been. What was the word? Quarantined. She found vents, and she climbed through the vents. The vents, too, were quarantine sealed. She hated that she was so close. Her king was in arm's reach, and she couldn't touch him. He was talking, right this moment, and she couldn't hear him. Patience, she told herself. Patience. A scout had to know patience. She was here to free him, to give him power again, even if it meant him taking her apart and turning her into another kind of life that he could use. Achieving that goal had always been something that would take time. She searched vents, and she found one that had a gap she could use. She worked at it, wedging her box cutter into the gap and wiggling it until she could get her fingers in the gap. She used strength to widen it further, felt air escape through the rubber seal she'd peeled away, and knew she'd broken through the quarantine protection. With more work, she was able to get an entire arm through. Screws scraped against metal as she worked them through. She found her way into the walls, and from the walls, she found her way to a double-layered window with wire mesh between layers. She could see glimpses of the scene from an angle, distorted, by peering through the side of the thick glass pane. The girl and the woman sitting at a table, separated from King Rinker by another thick glass wall. Almost frantic, Dot searched the interior of the walls, looking for gaps, anything she could use. Everything was sealed, everything secured. The answer ended up being the power outlet. She worked at the outlet, clawing at the seal that cemented it to the wall, and moved it enough that sound could get through. Later, when it was quiet, she could get through too. A Red Queen and an Alice, then. Or you could call me by my name. I'm quite fond of Alice. She was a chaotic force in the worlds she visited, you know. She questioned, she challenged. A revolutionary in absurd worlds held captive by their own conventions and riddles. This supposed Red Queen and I are friends, you know, Alice Riley said. I'm not sure I'd go that far, the Red Queen said. They were friends and enemies both in the story, King Rinker said. You know, Jamie, I told the Queen here that you were one of the few people who really got it. I drew comparisons to our friend Valkyrie. The Queen and Valkyrie know each other, you know. I'm flattered by the comparison, my Alice. I'm not surprised they know each other. Queens are well connected. I'm getting sort of sick of being called a queen. My dear, you have all the power in the world. You can move in any direction you choose. Less than you'd think. You're here, aren't you? I think if I'm here, it's because I've been checkmated by her. She implied she'd waste my time if I didn't go along with this. It's very, very easy for even a queen to be checkmated, if she doesn't act like a queen. I'm starting to think I'm not smart enough to keep up with this conversation. Riley the Alice laughed. You should visit again, Red Queen. Have tea. Keep an old man company. You're more than an old man, the Alice said. A king without a kingdom, King Rinker said. A fallen king is still a king, the Alice said. King Rinker tittered. Dot, hiding in the wall, smiled at the expression of joy. Yes, I do remember that, King Rinker said. We should go soon, the Alice said. We've finished our tea, and we've got work to do. The Red Queen needs to check over the, vial I've created that says drink me, and make sure it's safe. Please don't make anything like that, the Queen said. I'd hate to see it go wrong. My work doesn't go wrong. Thank you very much. It was wonderful to see you, Goblin King. I'm sorry the visit was short. I mostly wanted to introduce you to... It's been an experience, the Queen said. What's next for you, Red Queen? What will you do once you've seen what our Alice has been up to? I guess I'll be at my father's side while talking to some of the most powerful people in all the known worlds. And I'll see my parents, trying to say goodbye and yet unable to pull away, or making my greetings and being pushed away. And I'll continue to feel like I'm in the wrong places every step of the way. You're a queen. You have such power. You can go anywhere you want, if you're willing to wield that power. Your struggles are because you're trying to be something you aren't. Take that as advice from a king who has lost his kingdom, to a queen who has yet to claim hers. I don't like what happens when I try to use power to claim anything. Then use position. The fact that you're a queen affords you power by default. If you stand in the right places, things will change as a result. Use that. Recognize it. Things may start going the way you hope they might. There was a pause. I've said similar things, the Alice said. Yeah, the Queen said. I worry, because the only people willing to talk to me say similar things, but I'm not sure they're the people I should listen to. A king without a kingdom, King Rinker said. Let's go with that, the Alice said. That's probably it. There was a slight commotion, chairs moving, dishes clacking against surfaces, as the girl and the woman gathered themselves together and stood from their seats. Come again, Red Queen. I can't make promises, but I'll be in the building a lot. and it's not out of the realm of possibility. There were more noises, and then doors shut. Knees pulled to her chest, tail wrapped around her. Dot felt warm and happy. Her king's words wrapped around her, filling her up. She barely dared to move the outlet, to force her way past it, to break the spell and to try to have more. But she had to save her king. The king had a bodyguard, a strong soldier of a man, taller than the king, muscular, and clearly dumb. The bodyguard noticed her before the king did, and reached out to touch the king's arm. "Ah," King Rinker said. He had a sad expression on his face. "They've been watching me closer for the better part of the morning. I suppose you're why?" Dot wasn't sure what to say or do. "Come. Can you talk?" he asked. He seated himself, his bodyguard reaching for the chair to steady it as the king sat. The king stuck one leg straight out in Dot's direction. "Yes," she said. She leaped forward in the same and the lurching way her heart leaped into her chest. She ran up and along his leg, up him, to him. Clawed fingers and feet clutched for the fabric of his shirt. His grey-touched beard tickled her head and back. She could smell him, and he smelled like home, like family and love. She felt his hand on her back, as she felt it pet her. She could have cried if she weren't so dehydrated, if so much of her body's energies and fluids hadn't gone into bleeding and healing. Every ache and pain, from hours of clinging to a shuddering train, to fighting rats and scaling a building interior, prying her way past sealed building fixtures, it became a dull, throbbing reassurance that she'd done right. "You worked hard to get here." She nodded. "Yes." "You're the third to get this far. One of only two that could talk." "Third?" She wanted to ask, but she was worried about the response. "I didn't make you, did I? You were birthed. You look like polkas get." She nodded, hard, head rubbing against his shirt as she clutched tighter. He knew her. He didn't know her, but he knew where she was from, and so he knew her. "Polka the third?" "Fourth," she said. "But thank you for thinking I'm like the third. She was the most beautiful and clever." "The fourth was clever too," he said. He stroked her. "I come to save you," she said. "You can use me for material." "I wouldn't do that," he said. "Not for one as beautiful and noble and brave as you. No." She felt tears well up. Noble, highest of praise. "No," he said again. He gave her a stroke, from head and ears to tail, and then he reached down, hands on her arms and shoulders, and he moved her back and away. "No," he said a third time. With that, she understood what he was saying no to. "We need you." "No." "The others get sick and die. They want to be recycled." "No," he said. "No, daughter of Polka. I'm too old, and I'm watched too closely. They're watching and listening even now. We had our chance, and as our kingdom stood on the brink of war, your king chose the wrong allies. The Alice that just visited me was one." Tears flowed now, but they weren't tears of joy. "We lost. I'm firmly in check." "But—" "No," he said. He stroked her, then held her firm with one hand around her shoulders, while he reached for his tea. Gently, carefully, he tipped it to her mouth. "Drink. You're thirsty. You look exhausted. The caffeine will help." Dutifully, she drank. "And then you should go. Go back. Find the others. Take care of them. Be gentle with humans you meet. So few of them understand power, and so many of them have so much now." He moved the cup again, and she drank again. She shifted her feet, placing them under her, and then stood, one foot on each of his legs. She embraced him, arms in his beard, clutching at his shirt, his hand pressed against her back, and her tail wrapped around his wrist. As quiet as she could manage, she whispered,
"You say this because they're listening. You must want to be free."
She felt the hand at her back move, pulling her back and away again. She leaned against it, moving back so she could see his face. She understood now why the Alice had used the word broken. "There are things I've talked to my Alice and the Valkyrie about, but reclaiming my kingdom, or starting another anew, isn't in any of the many realms of possibility or fancy."
"But—"
"No," he said one last time, and the look of pain in his eyes was proof to the word. As she jumped to him, as her heart had leaped with joy, she jumped away at the pain, both his and hers. "Your name, child?" he asked.
"Dot."
He smiled. "Fitting for the daughter of Poker." She nodded, but she didn't feel like smiling. "Go home, noble Dot. Do us all proud. Tell the others whatever they need to hear." Her hand clutched at her chest, over her heart, and then she turned to go, into the wall, back the way she came. Every ache and cut and scrape felt magnified as hurt radiated through her. Going down was as hard as going up had been, but this time she didn't have anything to go to. Back to Blackspot, with his sickness and his hope of being reborn? Back to Lump, who got weaker every day? To tell them what? More rats were waiting for her probably. Other things. More pain. More machines inching into their territory. As much as she hated to admit it, the others were dead. She was one of the strongest who were left, that she knew about. There were other tribes and groups. There were armies, but they fought for a kingdom that hadn't had a king for a very long time. Hurt and pain turned black and angry inside her. She thought of the machines, and she thought of Burnish's words, the fact that warning people of the machines might save her king. By the time she'd reached the 6th floor, moving slowly, the idea had found its root in her head, much like the machines found a root in rocks and metal, seeds of machinery that spun out and made it so a rock could crack like an egg, revealing gears and 1,000 moving pieces. Machines that made machines, all hiding and deceiving and inching forward with endless patience. Small things were capable. She had power of her own. She needed purpose to drive her forward, and her purpose, the goal in her mind, was to go back to that store, to find a piece of machine, and then to put it on the train. The machines would hatch in the heart of all the known worlds, and the humans would lose their kingdom too. It was that hate and thirst for vengeance that pushed her forward, now that she didn't have her king to serve that role. Those feelings boiled up, leaving wet streaks on her cheeks as she crept forward, from hiding place to hiding place, shadow to shadow. The stairs were tricky. From the 6th floor to the 5th floor, it was an open area, trick to navigate. Someone sat on the stairs. The Red Queen. Dot settled in, finding a place to sit and wait. She watched the one the king had called a queen, and she licked her wounds, both real and metaphorical. She wished she was interesting enough in design to lick her own heart. Something, a huff of pain, a wheezing breath, a scuffle, it made the queen look. The pair locked eyes. "We got a warning about you," the Red Queen said. "You're not getting up to trouble, are you?" Dot shook her head. "You're hurt. Come here." Dot hesitated, then she crept closer. She flinched as the Queen moved her hand. "It's okay. Move your hair aside. I'll touch the side of your neck." Dot pawed at her hair, moving it. She felt the touch at her neck. The pain around the cuts and bites faded. The aches and sore joints sang with euphoria as they became normal, and the endorphins that had flooded her body to help remained. She reached out, with arms and tail, and wrapped herself around the Red Queen's arm. She stared at the tattoos, black and red, tracing one hand along the ray of a sun. Not colourful enough, but not bad. She had spots too, but of a very different sort. "Why are you sad?" the Red Queen whispered. "My king doesn't want me," Dot said. "Can I?" the Red Queen asked, moving her hand, and Dot saw. Dot nodded and closed her eyes. The Red Queen stroked her. A different, lighter touch. "I'm stuck too," the Red Queen said. "I've finished my work for the day, but someone I'm supposed to stay away from is downstairs. I think I know how it feels." "If I could have one thing only, I would have him close." "Yeah." "As a friend, or a master, or a king, or anything." "Yeah." "But I can't." "And that anger of yours? What are we going to do about that?" Dot might have been surprised, but King Rinker had called this woman queen, and queens were supposed to be capable of great things. She kept her mouth shut. Amazed as she wasn't dumb. "How about, in exchange for that healing I just gave you, you keep me company for a little while?" Carefully, slowly, Dot crawled into the Red Queen's lap. The Red Queen stroked her, and each stroke was like the inhalation, the exhalation, the single step toward feeling a little better. Even when the hand stopped moving and rested on Dot's shoulder, when Dot stared at the missing fingertips, she felt a little more okay. They sat there, long after the coast was clear for the Red Queen. It was only when people came up the stairs that they were forced to move. The Red Queen moved Dot closer, putting on her jacket, and closed up the jacket so Dot was held close. And it was good. Dot's ear pressed down to the Red Queen's heart. The Red Queen started down the stairs, one arm helping to keep Dot in position within her jacket.
"I'll help you with your anger, if you help me with mine."
This was a production of Ward by Parahuman Audio. Ward and the Parahuman stories are written and owned by J.C. McCrae. You can find the original text and support the author at parahumans.net. For more of the Ward audiobook, as well as other community works, please visit parahumanaudio.com. Music for this chapter was by Purple Planet. Find out more at purple-planet.com. Editing by Elliot Diebold. Narration by Robert Rain Ramsey. Find more of their work at our website. Thank you for listening.